A very good morning to you as I welcome you to another edition of The Platform, coming to you live from the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotels. This is The Platform on a very special day, the 1st of October 2021, Nigeria at 61. And so from all of us here at The Platform, we say Happy Independence Day, Nigeria, and to all Nigerians at home and abroad. My name is Tonyo Yemade, and once again, I welcome you to this edition of The Platform that promises yet again to be very impactful, inspiring, and enlightening. If this is your first time tuning into The Platform, we say thank you. You're in for an amazing time. If this is your second, third, fourth, fifth, or maybe 14th or 20-something time, because The Platform has come a very long way, we say thank you for being a part of our audience once again. First things first, tell your friends, tell your family. Everybody has to tune into The Platform today. Now, some people are wondering, why did I say 13th, 14th, 15th? Let's give a small history into The Platform. The Platform is an initiative of the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation, Pastor Poju Oyemade, and we started in 2007. Yes, 14 years ago, The Platform started. And every 1st of May and 1st of October, we have these conversations around nation building and around personal development, and it has indeed been a time of transformation on both an individual and a national level. And today we are taking that conversation forward with what I believe is a very powerful theme: Nigeria, what seest thou? Taking from the Bible, Jeremiah 1:11. So you know that indeed this is a very special time. But before I continue, this is the Platform panel. This is not the main event. The main event, we're going to tune there very soon. And I am never alone. We never walk alone at the Covenant Nation. I am never alone at the Platform panel. I have with me special guests, some first-timers, and some that have been our guests on the Platform panel. So I'm just going to introduce my panel. I'll ask my panel to introduce themselves first. Good morning.
Good morning.
You all look amazing and very nationalistic. I'll start from my extreme far right. You're welcome to the panel. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Nigeria. Happy Independence Day, all Nigerians. My name is Bola Joshua. I work in the financial services sector, specifically FCMB Group, as the Chief Operating Officer.
Thank
Always
you.
happy to be here at the platform.
You're welcome, Mr. Joshua. Always glad to have you here.
Thank
and
you.
yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Nigeria. My name is Abiodun Bayowu. I'm a human rights expert, and I lead global rights in Nigeria.
You're most welcome. This is your first time to the Platform
This
panel.
is my first time on the Platform panel.
And we're excited to have you.
I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. And to my close right, close left, left, right, left, left, I said extreme right.
Good morning, Nigerians. Happy Independence Day. My name is Obinia Abajwe. I'm a financial and health insurance expert, and I'm CEO of Hygia HMO Limited.
Excellent. And you've been with us on this panel several times. So
Happy to be so.
Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. So let's talk about the platform today. Let's start from Mr. Joshua. What should we expect? Who are the speakers? Tell us about today's platform.
Wow. So this year we have a whole new set of speakers.
Yep.
Some from the public space. A lot of them have experience in the private sector. So we have Professor Fred Olalea, we have Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, we have Yvonne Johnson, we have Faye Fawemi, we have Dr. Sami Gube, and then we have Donna Brazile. So I think the speakers, some are going to speak about the public space, public-private partnership with citizens. Some are going to speak about doing business in a risky environment and doing very safe business in a risky environment. Some are going to speak about the opportunities that this nation presents. I think we're in for a very interesting look at some of the speakers. I think some of the sessions are going to be a little bit also explosive. At the platform, there's always someone who shakes the tables. I don't think this is going to be any different. Thank you.
So we're looking forward to interesting, explosive, table shaking time at the platform. Miss B, the theme, Nigeria, what seest thou? What do you think about that theme?
I think it's a very deep theme. I think it's a theme that you need to step back to engage. First, that the way people see, when you think physically, the way people see, it's not just about signals to the brain, that it is often about what they know, their knowledge, what they've experienced, their attitude to what they've experienced. And that sometimes what we see, we need help to see better. Sometimes we need to get physical glasses. Sometimes we need to help people put things in perspective for us. So what we see also determines how we engage our environment. So how are we engaging our environment as Nigerians? What are we seeing exactly? How has experiences led us? How much do we know to engage our environment properly to yield the best results for us? I think it's going to be a very rich, diverse conversation about seeing right and seeing with the aid of people who have walked the path before or are walking the path successfully. So.
Thank you so much. And I like the fact that you said, how much do we know to engage our environment properly? And I think that's very powerful because, like you said, what you see determines how you engage. So hopefully, if we were seeing wrong, we're shifted in the direction to see right. And if we're seeing right, to see better, because there's always more to see, right? Mr. A, let's talk about past platforms. You have been a platform from day one. You've been a part of the platform. How has the journey been personally for you? And 14 years later, we are still here and going strong.
Yes, I haven't seen this journey. I think that we've seen lots of different people, but in buckets of, we listen to people who are policymakers, academicians, religious leaders, businessmen and businesswomen and business leaders, and then other thought leaders, Nigerians and Nigeria lovers, over the years. And the consensus of those conversations really is the same over time. I think it just reflects with each season what's happening and as the country is evolving and the challenges to try to get people to think, grow, and be better. When I think about my own journey in the platform from year to year up until now, what sticks with me is that a nation is built by people based on what they know and what they do. And if we think about how national development, citizen engagement, citizen education, and personal education, all right, all of those things lead to participation, right? All of that comes together to create an outcome that results in the development of the people and consequently of the nation. So when I think about myself 10, 12 years ago and the discussions we were having about personal development, and then as you grow and the things around you change and your concerns change, and all of a sudden what's more important to you as you're maturing becomes the state of the nation and what you're giving back and how you're changing the space for other people that are coming after. And the platform is driven this conversation and this maturity and this change of thought as people have contributed from all different walks of life. There's such a huge potential, they tell us, and we see in real life, and the platform has contributed to that through every season.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Many people, watch the platform over the years and they say talk, right? And I'll start from you, Mr. G. What do you think is the power of talk, and why is continuous talking important?
So, the whole talk gives a lot of exposure to people, and when I had the word citizenship engagement, what people don't know, they can't act on. So people come to the platform and expose people to statistics, initiatives, even constitutional rights that people don't know about. And people realize, look, we have the power to do some of these things. People realize that these opportunities we're not seeing. At times we've had speakers from outside Nigeria. And when you look at or hear their views about the country you live in, you have to ask yourself some hard questions. Why are these people seeing these opportunities that we are not seeing? So I think that continuous talk and engagement has led to a lot of awakening. And that is why a lot of people tune in to listen to the platform, because they know there's always something new to learn. And when I look at the lineup of speakers again today, I look at people who have, a lot of the people speaking from a public policy perspective today have been in the private sector. So they really know what needs to be done, how it impacts, and how they need to connect with the citizens. They also know how people feel about some of those things and how they need to get the right message across. So I think the continuous talk and the continuous engagement is very important because it creates a lot of awareness for citizens.
Excellent. And I'll ask one final question because the platform itself is about to start. But how do you think people should interact and engage as they are watching and listening to all this knowledge and information? Because I think we also need to help people to prepare. So you're not just sitting and watching and soaking in. So in your opinion, what should people be looking out for? How should they interact?
I would say, look, listen with very clear focus to take away action items. Because you will hear things that will challenge what you do and challenge how you act going forward in your space, whether it's private, whether it's your business, whether it's your company, or whether it's your environment and your community. So listen with the mind to take action and challenge yourself at the end about what will you do differently.
Listen with the mind to take action, and I think that's really what it is. Listen with the mind to take action. As you're listening, we have different speakers speaking about different things. So I've also learned that not every speaker is, for want of a word, sent is sent to you, right? So somebody else might say, oh, this speaker, but right now we need to go and begin the platform itself. We're going right into the main hall here at the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, where the platform is set to begin. Have an open mind, have an open heart, engage with us on social media. The panel will be right back after some sessions, but get ready to have a most amazing time at today's edition of the platform. Thank you for tuning in.
Good morning.
The platform. Theme.
Good morning, Nigeria.
What sayest thou?
Good
Jeremiah
morning,
chapter 1, verse 11.
And non-Nigerians.
Date,
tuning in
1st of
and
October,
joining from all
2021.
over the world.
Venue, the Ladi Kwali Conference Center, Sheraton Hotel, Abuja. Physical attendance to this event is strictly by invitation and in accordance with the COVID regulations.
Big warm welcome.
The platform will be televised live on Channels Television from 9:30 a.m. To register,
it's going to be an amazing time. Most of you are already familiar with the platform Nigeria. But in case you are not, and those who don't know too much about it, I'll tell you a little bit about the platform. The platform Nigeria is a non-political, non-partisan, biannual media event. So we have it twice a year, May 1st and October 1st. It's a media event where we talk, we converse, we engage, we reflect on, we challenge, we get nuggets that all tie to nation building and national development. We've had speakers from the highest level of national leadership and global policy leaders. We've been having the platform Nigeria for 16 years now. Like I said, it's biannual, so today this is our 32nd event. I think we should clap for that. 32nd event. So like I said, it's a media event, which means it's streamed all over the world live. But we also have a physical audience here with us. And, you know, like Pastor Poju normally jokes, virtual events are great. It's good because everyone can join in. But for the speakers, you know, it's not fun to talk to an empty hall. So we're really glad that we do have an audience. Please clap for yourselves, those of us here. We are observing fully all COVID-19 protocol, but we still have a full hall, and we're glad about that. So for those of you who are here physically, we're going to be doing this together. You're going to engage. I'm going to ask you some questions. We're going to participate. You're not just going to be listening. And those who are online, you're not left out. We want you to engage, comment. So those on YouTube, Facebook, my YouTubers and Facebookers, you know how we do it. I'm always tripped when I see the comments. The YouTubers, they are putting comments, insightful nuggets, banter. In fact, sometimes they fight. Online people, please, today don't fight. But let's keep it real. So let's get the conversation going. But let's keep it respectful. The theme for today is, what seest thou? And if you're wondering what that's about, don't worry, you get to know more about it as time goes on. Like I said, we've had 32 of these events, and every one of them has been amazing. But today is extra special because it's unusual. And I will tell you more about why it's unusual later on. For those online and even those here, please don't forget to hashtag us. The hashtags are hashtag the platform NG, hashtag WhatCFDAO, hashtag the platform Nigeria. So let's start with a little exercise before we kick off. Just turn to your neighbor and say, what seeth thou? Oh, okay. Some people are not used to King James English. What seest thou just means, what do you see? So maybe turn to your neighbor and say, what do you see? And because we're in Nigeria, we're going to switch it up a bit. So pick your local dialect, whatever it is. Yoruba, Hausa, Ibibio. You're going to turn to your neighbor. Don't worry, neighbor, you don't need to understand. It all means the same thing. What do you see? So turn to your neighbor and in your own dialect, ask them, what do you see? If you are unsure of what dialect to use, you can use pidgin. Say, waiting in they see. Good, good, good. Good. I love the audience. Okay, so now we're going to kick off, and we're going to kick off as usual with our national anthem. I love the Nigerian national anthem because it's both a call, the first stanza is a call, and it's a powerful prayer, the second stanza. And so to lead us in the call and that prayer today, I'm going to call one of our own, the lady simply known as Dumebi. Can we give her a warm round of applause? Please encourage her. Keep clapping. And can we rise up as we take the national anthem? Amen to that. Thank you, Dumebi. All right. Pastor Poju needs no introduction because hundreds, thousands, even millions know Pastor Poju and follow him. But for those of you who don't know, and even those of you who do, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Pastor Poju. Yes, I know he doesn't like this, but we need to let the world know about our great Pastor Poju. So Pastor Poju Oyemade is the senior pastor and founder of the Covenant Nation, which was founded in 1994. And we have our headquarters in Lagos and centers or campuses, like we like to call them, all over the world. He is a highly regarded teacher of the word of faith. And what's unique about him is that he draws out insights that you can use for everyday living, business, life. Pastor Poju's call to ministry dates back to when he was an undergraduate, so obviously he's been at this for a very long time. Pastor Poju has been described as a bridge in 3 different ways. He's a bridge in the Christian community in Nigeria. He's a bridge between the older generation of Christian trailblazers and the newer generation. He's also a bridge between entrepreneurs and professionals in business. And thirdly, he's a bridge between the government and the governed. Pastor Poju hosts a number of things. The West Africa Faith Business Believers Convention. That's an annual prophetic gathering of teachers of the word of faith. Very powerful in the body of Christ. We do that globally, and we do that annually. He's also the convener, visionary, and host of the platform, Nigeria, which is what we're doing today, and the International Conference for Pastors, Ministers, Leaders, and Workers, which is a capacity development event organized to teach strategic church organization and management, and also inspire the right values for the work of ministry. Pastor Poju is happily married to Pastor Toyin, who is also a dynamic teacher of the word. She's an award-winning filmmaker and a content creator. To take us further into the program, please rise up and give a warm applause to the visionary, the convener of the platform Nigeria, Pastor Poju Oyemade. Can we make that applause louder? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, you may all be seated. First time I'm wearing a cap on the platform. All right, I won't take too much of a time, but I want to, because I think we have very solid speakers who will share their thoughts and ideas. But I want to share something, and this came as a result of a teaching that I actually did in church, and somebody sent me a message saying that this shouldn't be just a church message, it's something that the country should hear. And I'll cut it short by just going to part of the message on a study that World Bank did. And what they were doing was they were looking for the importance of intangible capital. And I believe that this is what the country should be looking at now, which is intangible capital. In this study some years back, the message I will say on Sunday is more important to me than this, because that is my calling. Now, I do understand that people, any institution that works, we want to transfer a lot of responsibilities to it. So I understand why people make noise about pastors. Let me tell you a story. Almost about 7 years ago, I was in my house, about 5:30 a.m. and my phone rang. And when the phone rings at that point, I know it's an emergency. So I picked up the phone. And a young lady was on the other end, and she said, come to church and all of that. There's a car on the highway that is burning. Pastor, there's a car on the highway that is burning. You've got to do something. I said, I'm in my house at 5:30. I said, have you called the fire department? No. Have you called police? No. Is the pastor that you are calling to do something? What do you want me to do about it? But I understood her thinking that, you know, I mean, that's just the way people think. All right, we transfer responsibilities to an institution that works. So let me say this, all right, just for people to understand, because people, we have done our part. Broadcast ideas, push those ideas into the consciousness of people. There are other institutions, there are other organizations that should run with it. But let me just say this. That these ideas are pushed out into the consciousness of the populace. And the way it works in a democratic system of government is that once it gets into the consciousness of the populace, and people realize that this is how we can get into power by the implementation of ideas that are popular with the public, then major political platforms, all right, bring it on board, fashion their manifestos around it, in order to win the people over and implement those things in order to retain power. So my concluding statement is, as we approach 2023, which is the next election, the political class should be aware, because the transference that is going on of this type of capital is among the young people. They constitute almost 70% of the population of this country. And what I just described there about intangible capital is their cry. Therefore, the political class, you will do well to listen to these ideas. And whether or not people respond now, it will get to a critical mass where the only way to get into power and to retain power will be rallying around these ideas, implementing these ideas in order to do it. The next 30 years of this country, a well-organized political party can hold power or get power in this country if they understand these thoughts, embrace them, and implement them. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. I'm not going to rehash what he said, but I like what he said. He said his own job is pastor. So he's doing his job. He's doing more than his job, because convening something like this is not really a pastor's job. So pastor has even gone over and beyond. But for the rest of us who are not full-time pastors, everything that will be said here, everything we will hear, all the thoughts that will come, the challenges, is for you. And I always smile when people say, Nigeria should do this, Nigeria. There's no human being whose name is Nigeria. So you know, if you are looking for Nigeria, just look in the mirror. That's Nigeria. As long as you're a Nigerian or you have Nigerian blood, that is Nigeria. So, what seest thou? All right, moving on. We're going straight into our lineup. So I said there's something very special about today's platform, very unusual. We've had amazing speakers over the last 16 years, and many of them have come over and over again with nuggets. But this platform, all our speakers are people who have never spoken at the platform. They're all new. Yes. So we're coming with new, fresh ideas. No pressure, speakers, but new, fresh ideas. So I'm going to start with our first speaker, and I'm just going to introduce her. Yvonne Johnson. Yvonne Johnson is the co-founder, CEO of Indicina, a fintech infrastructure startup focused on Africa. Yvonne Johnson is a strategic thinker with a demonstrated ability to influence change by leveraging innovative solutions. She comes with over a decade of leadership experience supporting executive management on strategy within financial services. Most recently, Yvonne led the strategy team of a Tier 1 Nigerian banking group. She received her MBA at the Kellogg School of Management, where she graduated on the Kellogg Dean's List and was a recipient of the Donald P. Jacobs International Scholarship. At the bank, Yvonne led the strategy function for the commercial banking group, including its local and international subsidiaries. Notably, she led the efforts in defining a digital finance strategy for the bank, including the launch of its first ever innovation hub. An honors graduate of the University of Toronto, her previous work experience includes Merrill Lynch Investment Banking, Diamond Management and Technology Consultants, as well as a community lab in New York, where as Director of Process and Execution Strategy, she worked directly with the CEO of this non-profit organization to define their overall implementation strategies and negotiate partnerships with local development agencies. Yvonne is also an early stage investor and advisor in Pan-African technology startups, notably Andela and Flutterwave. Can you all join me now as we give a round of applause for Yvonne Johnson as she comes up to take us in the first session. She's our first speaker, so we need to encourage her. I've heard her speak. She's fiery, she's feisty, but let's encourage her. You're very welcome, Yvonne.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and happy Independence Day, Nigeria. I hope you can hear me very clearly. It's no longer an argument. Oil is not the future of Nigeria. We face a future that is more knowledge-based and certainly lower carbon. Knowledge-based industries, almost all technology-driven, will be the biggest drivers of GDP in the future. And natural resources will continue to take a backseat. Globally, work is being redefined. Even in developed countries, about 30 to 40% of their workers will need to significantly reskill into new occupations by 2030. Digitization, remote working, automation, AI, machine learning, cryptocurrencies. These are facts of the future. And all of this complicates our most pressing challenges of high unemployment and low revenue generation. But see, there's one segment of our population that is already building this future. They are undeterred by all these challenges, and that is the Nigerian technology founder. Technology founders in Africa are building the future of the continent, one startup at a time. And they're leveraging a more sustainable resource that Nigeria has in abundance, and that's talent. And that's something that we need to dwell on and discuss and keep discussing as a solution for this future. These startups are barely a decade old, but they're tackling the hardest problems facing our continent with inspiring results, despite very harsh operating environments and nascent regulation that is still trying to understand this digital economy that is coming up. And their work cuts across industries. We look at biotech. You know, the mapping of the entire human genome has a big gap. And there is a technology startup led by a Nigerian that is building a data set of African genetic information. This holds profound impact, not just for Africans, but the entire humanity. We look at startups that are driving economic and financial inclusion for a population that is one of the most excluded in the world. We look at logistics, startups that are connecting drivers and fleet operators to manufacturers that are bringing goods in and out of the country and even across the region. We look at fintech. There's a lot of talk around fintech. There's a lot of fintech startups that are digitizing payments. And what that means is that I can be here in Abuja and buy any good and service anywhere in the world. Or there can be somebody in Ibadan that can sell any good and service into the world. And see, when you digitize cross-border payments, what you then do is connect Africa to global commerce. You broaden the range of value of what we can export. Nigerian founders are digitizing to level the playing field, slowly shifting us from consumption to value creation. And all of this work that they're doing, it creates high-quality jobs, and they're equipping a new generation to compete globally. You know, luck alone does not define their success. There are broadly three things that these Nigerian founders understand very well, and they've been able to build on top of that foundation. The first is this knowledge-based economy that we keep talking about, and that transition. That is going to be the driver of value. This generation understands the power of technology to improve humanity. The second thing is that they have the ability to compete effectively for capital to scale high-growth businesses. And thirdly, they understand the high global demand for technology talent. Again, something that we need to dwell on, focus on as a solution. This global talent is something that we need to focus on. Specifically, we need to agree on how we improve the supply of this talent and ensure that there are more founders out there creating this future that we're all going to live in. Talent and digital skills are a key pillar of the transition to a knowledge economy. So let's look at some of the evidence out there. I mean, what evidence supports the impact that these founders are making? You know, there's questions around if there is real impact that they're making in the midst of all the exposure that they're getting. And the answer is yes. In the first half of 2021 alone, if you just look at the funding that has been raised, in the first half of 2021 alone, African technology startups have raised over $1 billion in venture capital. And Nigeria continues to be a top 3 destination for that capital. We look at some of these startups, and if you look at the customers that they're serving, it's a very strong proxy for the value that they're creating. We look at a startup like Helium Health, digitizing electronic medical records. Today, they serve about 300 healthcare providers and 5,000 health professionals. And this crosses both public and private healthcare institutions. Paga is a fintech, serving 17 million customers with a distribution network of over 27,000 agents across the country. Kuda is a digital bank. They've doubled their customer base since Q1, serving about 1.5 million Nigerians, providing them digital banking services. Flutterwave serves about 300,000 merchants and opens them up to 150 different currencies. They are touching users in 33 African countries. Massive, massive scale. In the last 2 years, Team Apt has built a retail distribution network of about 70,000 agents serving 15 million customers in Nigeria. There's entire swaths of this country where the only providers of financial services are these startups, barely a decade old, young Nigerians setting these things up. You know, it's also interesting when you consider the geographic reach of these startups. You know, a digital native generation is undeterred by borders. These founders are not content with just solving problems in Nigeria alone. What they're doing is deliberately exposing their solutions in other African markets where they don't even have a local content advantage. And what that means is that they have to produce the best to win. And they're competing effectively and doing it very well. And what that does is sets up that DNA of continuous innovation and continuous upskilling. Let's look at some of the tailwinds that has been in their favor. You know, what are some of the advantages that they know that we have in this country? They understand it very well, and they've built on top of that. One is that Nigeria is in sync with the global demand for technology talent. The pandemic accelerated digitization across every human interaction. Now, practically, what does that mean? It means that more software has to be developed. And today, you still need humans to design and to develop that software. There's another thing that they understand very well. And the pandemic also showed us that working remotely at scale is possible. Hiring is not limited to proximity. And so when there's huge demand that you're looking for, the world becomes a place where you can choose from. And remote working was always common, it was always well known within the technology industry, something that that industry understands very well. But then there's also a question that, okay, we're looking for this technology talent, we desperately need them. How did the world know that Nigeria was a place to look for as a strong supply of this talent? Again, the Nigerian technology founder has shown the world what is possible. You know, there's a number of these founders that have specifically focused on building talent accelerators, proving to the world that Nigerian talent is good, very good. Good enough to build incredible software, and good enough to take an idea, find the capital for it, and scale into massive outcomes. And they've all been driven by the firm belief that talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. They have shown that even with just 6 months of focused training, you can produce a Nigerian developer with skills that you can immediately export. Again, we talk about job creation, we talk about FDI, all of these things that we need. One of the most popular of these accelerators is a company called Andela. You know, Andela started in Nigeria. It's an initial cohort, I remember. 6 young developers. There was one lady among them, I remember her. And they were working out of a small office in Ikoyi, serving clients in the US. And today, Andela is $1 billion business. It has a network of engineers in 80 countries. They started in Ikoyi and they moved to Yabara and then expanded from there. Decagon is another one of these accelerators. They run a 6-month software engineering program. And today they have trained about 440 young Nigerians. They've had a 100% job placement rate. Some of these jobs with foreign companies. These young people have increased their salaries about 4 times since this upskilling. I mean, I should be coding myself. So. You know, another important accomplishment is that these Nigerian startups, they have attracted a lot of foreign venture capital. This is FDI, and what they are looking for is yield. They are solely looking for attractive yields for their capital, and they have discovered the Nigerian technology ecosystem as a place where they can find that yield. So then let's start to go towards the solutions, because what we have established is that we have an abundant resource in global demand that can attract this much needed FDI. What is the right strategy to accelerate this job creation at a time when the economy is not producing nearly enough? You know, and one obvious strategy, of course, is to improve the pipeline of technology talent. This raw talent exists in abundance. Decagon has had more than 400,000 applicants for their program. Andela, even much more since inception. You know, there's a recent IFC study, and they estimated that in Nigeria, there are about 85,000 software developers. Young people, the median age is about 34. Well, you know, there's an interesting statistic in that report. 77% of them have had informal training. And what that means is that they've had to figure it out. They are mostly self-taught. They've gone online, they've taken courses, boot camps. Some of them they've learned on the job. And so when you now put these things together, and again, we're talking about solutions, we're talking about low-hanging fruits, we're talking about strategy. Our strategy has to address two things. Number one, how do we create much more? Because there's a ton more than the 85,000. And number two is how do we lower the barrier to this upskilling? It should not be so much of a hustle for these young people to get these skills and start to export them. You know, I was looking at the 2019 NUC report, and it starts to provide some clues. In that report, it said at the time there's about 170 universities. I think by now there should be a bit more. And the enrollment capacity is only about 2 million. Not nearly enough. Another challenge we need to look at, but we can park that for now. If you focus on that portion of the enrollment that are enrolled in tech-related courses, there's about 128,000 of them. Look at the new admits. That particular year, there was 74,000 in the tech-related courses. But you know, the interesting thing is the outputs, those that were graduating from these tech-related courses. There was about 9,420. And so what that means is that there's about 10,000 of these graduates that are coming out from these tech-related programs, but they still don't have the skills we can immediately export. Because remember, that 85,000 will still graduate, still try to hustle and get some of these skills. And so this is one area that we can immediately start to create solutions around. And so when you put all of this together, right, what do you see in Nigeria's future? There is high global demand for technology talent and digital-enabled businesses. Nigeria has an abundance of this talent with a strong affinity for technology. We need to work on this deliberate, non-predatory policy so that we can sustainably increase the volume and the quality of this talent. The jobs will come, and we would export this talent for value. So Nigeria, what do you see? Thank you.
Center, Sheraton Hotel, Abuja.
Thank you very much, Yvonne Johnson, for that thought-provoking session. You know, you said you started off with something, and I just want to rehash that the future of Nigeria is not in oil, but in talent and digital skills development. I think that's very powerful and something that we need to think about, you know, and do more of. And I was smiling as you were speaking because, you know, Andela, where as a part of, I can testify to all the things that you've said about skills development. Thank you so much for that. So we're moving on to our next speaker, Professor Fred Olalea. And I'm smiling very widely because he's an economist. I'm also an economist, but he's a professor. I'm not. Professor Fred Olalea, yes. Professor Fred Olalea's research and practice focuses on trade policy, innovation, FDI, urban policy, political economy, and inclusive development. Okay. Oh, much better. Thank you so much. All right. So I was talking about Professor Fred Olalea. His research and practice focus on trade policy, innovation, FDI, urban policy, political economy, and inclusive development. He's a distinguished economist and public policy expert. Earlier in his career, he was a global trade finance specialist with Citigroup. As chief economist with the New York City Economic Development Corporation, his work cuts across the public, private, philanthropic, and academic sectors. That's 4 in 1. So we're really excited, and please join me in giving a warm round of applause as I invite to the stage now Professor Fred Olalea. I apologize, it's Olayele. Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much for the very warm introduction. And good morning, Nigeria. Happy Independence Anniversary. And let me start on a very light mode. You just heard my last name butchered, so that's not new, I got used to that since I was in elementary school, and all of my siblings, So, no problem. Let me start by thanking the Covenant Nation and Pastor Boju for this opportunity. And kudos and congratulations to the Platform Group for the amazing work of nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinarily, a day like today should be for parade, celebration and rejoicing, considering that the public policy development process in immediate post-independence Nigeria was largely influenced by the struggles for national sovereignty and policy autonomy. But as you can tell, life is hard in this country. Nigerians are overwhelmed. And today is indeed a solemn day, and one that calls for sober reflection. We are at a crossroads in Nigeria. And I keep wondering, how and where did we get it wrong? And perhaps it is not too late to realize that things are not working in this country. Things are not working. It's been 61 years. And it is not too late, Nigeria, to retrace our steps. We can, and indeed should, salvage Nigeria. It is a collective responsibility. But again, I'm not here to make you sober. I'm not here to be a prophet of doom. But at the same time, we have serious issues to contend with in this country. The polity in its current form is not sustainable. We cannot continue on this trajectory. Again, before I unpack my speech for today, I would like again to thank the organizers, the platform, Pastor Poju and his team. They are doing an amazing job. When you look at the political economy of our country in the last 61 years, let's just say it the way it is. The ruling class has failed us, okay? Their sheer arrogance is not helping Nigeria. But it is not too late. We can retrace our steps. We can get serious for once. We can get serious. I grew up here, had my elementary and high school and university education, worked for some years before I left. Too bad that the anchor only, read out the summary of my bio, in addition to, butchering my last name. My dad would be mad in his grave, to hear. So for context, I sent a much more detailed biography. I don't know how that got summarized into just 3.
I operate across 4 domains. Okay, I am a professor in 2 universities. About 2-3 years ago, I accepted to be chief economist for New York. But primarily, I run a center, the Center for African Research and Business at Carleton University in Ottawa. I teach business, FDI, and trade. And prior to that, I was also a professor in the western part of Canada, the University of Regina in Saskatchewan. I taught in the economics faculty there for about 6 years. And I'm also the president of a think tank called the Economic Innovation Institute for Africa. But all in all, in about 20 years, of my policy, research, and industry exploits, Nigeria has always been a case, And let me say beforehand that I'm aware that I have 55 minutes for this talk. So I thank the organizers for the generosity. But at the same time, that economists are said to be jack of all trades, right? Master of none. So we do everything, and we can hardly do one well. But as a member of the profession, I can also tell you that the one thing that we do very well is optimization, right? When it comes to optimizing. So my 55 minutes, I'm going to do some good optimization. Maybe give 2 minutes back to Pastor Kojo. But I'm not going to leave it at the end of 40 minutes. And yes, I think my trick is working. I wanted to really calm everyone down, given that my opening speech was a little bit frank. But really, ladies and gentlemen, today I really want to provide a quick historical background on the political economy of federalism in Nigeria. You must have all seen the title of my topic. I want to talk about how we can remake federalism in this country. And I'm going to be asking 5 philosophical questions today. I'm going to be asking 5 philosophical questions. And I'm not here to throw banters at the politicians. No, that's not why. I didn't come all the way from New York to come throw banters with politicians here. I'm here to address the organized private sector. The organized private sector and the middle class in Nigeria. How can we take our country back? We need to salvage Nigeria. The first speaker talked about the revolution happening in the digital sector. There's a lot happening in that sector. The fight for the soul of Nigeria is on. And in my 2 decades of academic research, professional engagement, I think policy laziness has taken us far back. The political class has not innovated policy. Policy laziness has set us back miles. It is now time to make critical decisions about the future that we desire for our children and their children. Look, let me tell you a quick joke. When I left our city group for graduate studies in Canada, after my master's degree, I told myself, after my PhD, I'm returning to Nigeria the second day. I plan to return to Nigeria the second day. I grab an appointment in Lagos, Abuja, or Ondo, wherever. I was damn serious. And I was one of the few Nigerians back in the day who would ask Nigerians who had been in Canada for over 10, 15 years. I'm always like, what are you still doing here? 15 years, go back and be part of the polity and contribute. So I'm here, I get very emotional here. That at this point in time, I am still in North America. It's okay, technology has changed the face of everything. But for too long, we have been too lazy to innovate policy. And we always like to talk about politicians. I like the second speaker again, the second speaker, the first speaker. She said, politicians, Nigeria. Who is Nigeria? Who are politicians? You and I. You and I, we are Nigeria. Because without your power and vote, they don't get there. But I'll get to that in a second. So the current governance model and defective federalism has failed us woefully. It is time to fix the mess in this rentier state, in this rentier economy, which has brought so much pain, agony, joblessness, poverty of ideas, and self-hatred upon us. Let's call it what it is. The model of federalism has failed Nigeria. Let's not pretend. It is time to innovate. It is time to retool federalism to make it work for everybody. And one of the finest arguments for federalism is the fact that subnational units are effective policy labs, or what some call laboratories of democracy. It is one of the finest arguments why federalism is good for multi-ethnic, multi-religious countries. Because most successful policy innovations happen at the regional level, and then they can be scaled and adopted nationally through what you call policy diffusion. Jurisdictions often learn from best practices elsewhere. So the question really is, why are we not taking innovation seriously in this country? You look at North America, what you call Medicare today. It was birthed in the province of Saskatchewan. And after testing it, within 10 years, it was scaled across the country, became a nationalized public health model for all of Canada. You go to the United States, I don't need to tell you that Massachusetts started what is today called Obamacare to expand healthcare coverage for low-income people. These are classic examples of how, in a federation, your federating units are supposed to be laboratories where you test ideas through experimentations. And if they are successful, then you scale it. So I have a quick question. I have a quick question for the audience. And the question goes thus. How many of us here had iPhones or high-speed internet or even cell phones in the year 1999? Just do me a favor. In 1999, when we returned to civil rule, how many of us had cell phones, high-speed internet, or even cell phones in 1999? Do me a favor, if you had one of those three items, just you can indicate by raising your hand. Okay. I guess no one, neither myself. So thanks to the liberalization policies of the era, by the early 2000s, cell phones became household items. But here's my point, ladies and gentlemen, here's my point. If technology has changed our lives dramatically in the last 21 years, since the return to civil rule, and we are happy to embrace all of the innovations, the disruptions that have come with that, then what's the whole fuss? What's the whole fuss about fixing defective federalism in Nigeria? What have we been looking at in the last 21 years? It is obvious that the 1999 Constitution is the antithesis of development and national unity in our country. Everybody agrees. And when I read the pages of newspapers and speeches, that's what everybody talks about. Defective federalism, fraudulent federalism, okay? Of course, extended periods of military rule did irreparable damage to our political economy and national values. But to fully make sense of things, I always like to look back at least to the immediate post-independence period. You may argue, for all you care, that Nigeria's current situation is partly the outcome of various historical and political economic dynamics in the context of colonial rule. and the struggle for independence and decolonization. But all these things have implications for the transformation of economic systems across the continent. Nigeria is not alone. And I laugh when people compare Nigeria with Canada or the US or Switzerland. Give me a break. Give me a break. There's a whole reason there was this whole struggle for independence and how our economic systems became reprogrammed after the various countries achieved independence, from Kwame Nkrumah to Julius Nyerere. So if you want to trace the political economic dynamics of Nigeria, you better start from 1960 and then calibrate and look at the evidence. So enough of the arrogance of the ruling class in this country and their policy laziness. There's a guy by the name John Dryden. He's an English poet and literary critic of the 17th century. He wrote extensively about laziness, and I picked one of his favorite quotes. He said, "We make our habits, and then our habits make us." Every time you are making a decision because it is the easier pathway, then you are feeding the monster called laziness. The fight for the soul of Nigeria is on. We have a choice to make. And guess what? Guess what? In my opinion, it is an economic choice. It is not a political choice. I haven't come here to discuss politics. I am here to talk economics and policy. So now, let's get right into this. The federal system is basically about shared rule. And the philosophy behind the political, economy, and constitutional arrangement is the notion of unity in diversity. Unity in diversity, that's what it is all about. Fiscal federalism and political decentralization remain a huge challenge in this country due to governance failures, institutional constraints, and structural problems like fragmentation and excessive dependence on oil rent. I mean, to put things into perspective, let's remind ourselves what federalism is all about again. There are many definitions, but let's look at a comprehensive definition by one of the leading scholars on comparative federal systems, Ronald Watt. He was a professor emeritus at Queen's University in Canada. In his exact words, he said federalism is basically not a descriptive, but a normative term, and refers to the advocacy of multi-tiered government combining elements of shared rule and regional self-rule. It is based on the presumed value and validity of combining unity and diversity, and of accommodating, preserving, and promoting distinct identities within a larger political union. So the essence of federalism is it's a normative principle due to the perpetuation of both union and non-centralization. Two key words. You preserve union and non-centralization. Let me break it down. Let me unpack it. You know, we seem to be missing something in the Nigerian context. And that is the fact that institutional conditions that inform the public policy development process vary significantly across federal systems. When you look at the constitutional history of the United States, you know, you see two key manifestations of the federal principle. You see dual federalism and cooperative federalism. And even when you examine other federal states, other jurisdictions organized along federalist grounds, from Argentina to Spain, Germany, South Africa, Pakistan, you know, you find the same element. So while the goal of these governance structures and institutional arrangement is to create and enable governments to fulfill their social contract, dual federalism emphasizes that both the federal and regional governments are co-equals. And they have to legislate, in a separate sphere. But as I said earlier on, let me not really get into the nuances of constitutional law here. I'm an economist, so I will let the constitutional law experts go into the details. Let's unpack the economics. And next, I want to now ask the 5 philosophical questions for the ruling class in Nigeria. I want to ask those 5 questions. I was initially going to prepare a deck, so we can show those 5 questions, but for some reason, that's not happening. So if you don't mind, you can take note of those questions. And at the end of the day, or maybe when I get back, I'm happy to send this paper to the platform so they can share with participants. The first question here is, who is to blame for the current state of our nation? I'm not asking you to give me an answer. That's okay. I'm not asking you to give me an answer, Who is to blame for the current state of the nation? It's okay. Don't get into trouble. Don't even answer that question. I know that the new saying around town is that if we fail to get it right in 2023, that is going to be the end of Nigeria. People have said that a lot. And my response to that? Not true. We've had far worse predictions than that in the past. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Nobody is happy with the current state of affairs. Absolutely nobody. But my point is, why should our national development discourse be tied to the usual 4-year political cycle? Why? Why? Once it's 2 years to elections, the predictions start to come. Yes, in 1995, I was in Oregon, in Ikeja. And you know all of the crises then. Every morning we would go to the news table, right? You go there to buy punch or what have you. We used to have one old man, a septuagenarian, maybe 79. So as a high school graduate, he would come. You had your money, you were going to buy the newspaper anyways, but you had to listen. You had to listen to his analysis. He had to interpret the implications of what the papers were reporting. So we'll go there with your brains, but you left with what Baba said. And there was one particular day, it was after Kudrat was assassinated. That was a very low ebb, in our national history. We were all crying there, crying, yelling, and the Baba came. Baba came. I had bought my own newspaper, ready to go. He came. And he said, okay, this is it. What is suffering Nigeria? This is the end. And for my folks in New York, Nigeria means this is the end of Nigeria. Let me translate that in case you are watching this. But here's my point. Nigeria did not make Palawata. It didn't break. It did not. So my point here is that this whole issue raises a fundamental question. Many Nigerians jubilated at the outcome of the 2015 election, including some members of the incumbent party that had just lost that election. Why? Because many thought that the scale of corruption, profligacy, rent-seeking, and insecurity in the country was not acceptable. I had just finished teaching a class that evening, and I saw scenes of Nigerians, professors, everybody jubilating, drinking, all over. And given the military and frugal disposition of the new leader that had just been elected, we thought that all of our problems would vanish in 4 years. Here we are. But again, I have said it, I've caveated it at the beginning. I'm not here to discuss politics. I'm here to talk economics and policy. In other words, My dear wife and 2 boys are waiting for me in New York. So Fred Olalea is discussing economics and policy. Policy. Let me move on to the second question. Nigerians, don't forget, take note, please write down those questions. Is it time to adopt a different governance model in Nigeria? Is it time to adopt a different governance model in this country? The federal system is basically about shared rule. And as I've said earlier on, the philosophy behind this is about the notion of unity in diversity. You know, under the 1963 Constitution, political federalism operated under 4 regions. You know, though a federal system by design, decades of military rule have resulted in centralization of the federation, and in many ways, turning a multi-ethnic and culturally diverse federation with 36 autonomous states and a federal capital territory into a centralized system with all elements of absolute fiscal centralism and unitarism. This is not acceptable. Is the Nigerian state a dysfunctional federation? Or should we just conclude that federalism has failed us and it is time to adopt a different governance model? Let me bring some statistics into this. Let me bring some statistics into this. Out of the 195 countries or so in the world, 25 of them have federal political systems. But out of those 25, 40% of their citizens make up 40% of the world's population. So do the math. What does that tell you? It tells you that big countries tend to gravitate towards federalism. Also, when you look at economic history and trace the development trajectories of some of the most powerful countries today in the world, you find that somewhere along the line, they have all been organized along federalist ground. From the late 16th century to the mid 17th century, the Dutch, Netherlands, it was federalism that gave them all of the branches. England, our very own England, from the late 17th and early 18th century, even to mid 19th century, you know, federalism helped a lot. Of course, not officially, not on paper. Not on paper, we know England is unitary, okay, but in practice, when you unpack the key elements of economic development process in Britain, you find that federalism was at the heart of it. And that helped them all through the Industrial Revolution from 1760 to 1840. And then the United States, from the late 19th century to date. Yet, you'll be surprised that even the poster child of political unitarism, China, is even more fiscally decentralized than India and Australia. Think about that for a second. Let me check the time here. Okay. Think about that for a second. China is more fiscally decentralized than India and Australia. So we should not be too carried away with the nuances of federalism in Nigeria. At the end of the day, we all agree and unite on one common thing, that from Kaduna to Calabar, and from Ibadan and Enugu to Jos and Maiduguri, we want our youth to be gainfully employed. It's very basic. We want to live on safe streets. Are we asking for too much? And have access to basic necessities and a national brand that we can all be proud of. So we can wave the green passport, you know, when we are in major airports, in global capitals of the world. You don't have to put your Nigerian passport and put the Canadian one here and look at the scenario before you decide which one to show. With freedom, human rights, and dignity accorded every single soul. Nigeria! Come on. This is possible. This is possible. I don't know how many Muslims are here. This platform is being organized by a Christian organization, but we have Muslims here. So why then, when it comes to election, everybody is divided along Islamic, Christian, or what have you? Who cares? Who cares? I mean, who cares? How does a Nigerian from Caltech University get called up to come and be chief economist in New York? Who cares? All said, I still believe, and this is my personal opinion, that federalism is still the best governance model for Nigeria. And I will explain in a second. It is not like we haven't tried anything else. Regionalism was at its best in the First Republic. You may say that it promoted ethnic loyalty, which led to the instability and the successive coup d'etat. But times have changed. The innovation economy is here. Mrs. Johnson just walked us through what is happening in the digital sector. Innovation is here. We are now, in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. Tech-enabled businesses in the finance, renewable energy, agribusiness sectors can change the destiny of this country. I was talking with one of the highly respected Nigerians in the organized private sector 2 days ago. And yesterday he sent me a piece, in an article he had just read, that in spite of the difficult business environment, Nigeria has produced 5 unicorns within 1 year. 5 unicorns. Flutterwave, InterSwitch, Paystack, mention them. And with a few others that are likely to hit the $1 billion threshold before the end of this year. Think about that for a second. So why has the ruling class failed to take baby steps around federalism? Why didn't they move the needle? I don't want to go into too much of theories, but theoretical underpinnings around policy change support this. I like a guy in the US, an academic, Charles Lindbaum. He has written a lot about incrementalism in policy change. And he said incrementalism is a way to make policy innovation happen through baby steps. Let's face, I'm very pragmatic. I'm very pragmatic, and that's why maybe I've done 30 minutes in this speech. I have not mentioned any politicians' names. I'm very pragmatic. You can blame them for all you care. For all of us here, if you're elected today to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you are not going to give away your powers. You are not going to. The powers that accrue to that office is enormous. Nobody will get there and start saying, okay, come and take my powers. We saw what happened last year during the NSAS protest. Anti-barriers and institutional constraints around vested interest, cultures, and defense mechanisms put in place around political subsystems are disrupted. Policy changes will only happen incrementally. So federalism needs retooling in Nigeria. And I don't like the fact that we often overflog politics again. Don't get me wrong. Politics is important. It is very important. But until Nigeria reduces the basis of the debate to economics and evidence-based analysis, armchair theorizing and knee-jerk reactions from politicians, activists, and other actors in the public policy development process will lead us nowhere. We need to remake federalism by focusing on the economics. Let me move on to the next question. Who is afraid of decentralization in Nigeria? Who is afraid of decentralization in Nigeria? Let me argue it economically. The ongoing debate for the soul of Nigeria is in order. But we need to be careful of sensationalism Let's not allow politics to overshadow the economics. I know that the political temperature is beginning to rise. And it can only get hotter in the next 17 months or so. The debate on striking the right governance model is a universal thing. From time to time, countries are always re-examining and tweaking the roles of players and institutions in their intergovernmental dynamics in order to improve their ability to fulfill their social contract. But the bone of contention in the Nigerian situation is essentially about the power of the federal government to intervene in the affairs of the state. Maybe it is more complicated than that, but at least as a framework, that is true to a large extent. And I've got news. Nigeria is not alone. Many federal systems across the world face a similar situation in which the degree of federal control varies dramatically. And the notion of market-preserving federalism can fix the incumbent frictions. I love a guy by the name Barry Wingast at Stanford. You know, he's written a lot about the political foundations of market. He argues that apart from the need to design economic systems effectively, in order for markets to function efficiently, political arrangements must ensure economic and political rights are guaranteed, that they are honored. Wingast investigated the role of federalism in economic transformation of England in the 18th century, the United States in the 19th and 20th centuries, and modern China. He also later looked at Russia's unique type of federalism and how that has prevented it from advancing policy innovation to achieve inclusive development. In essence, folks, we need a decentralized governance model that explains the differential economic performance of the 36 states. This is a framework that will help us unpack the key institutional ingredients that will support further decentralization. If we get it right, even the federal government will give up more power, willingly. Willingly, the federal government will say, hey, you know what? I think the states or regions should handle this. But you don't do that through politics and armchair theorizing. And this is where the private sector comes in. The private sector and the upper middle class in Nigeria. The future of this country lies in the hands of upper middle class Nigerians. Listen to me, I did not say the billionaires. And I'm not talking about folks at the lower end of the spectrum of the socioeconomic ladder. I'm talking about the middle class. You will be surprised that the digital revolution and geopolitical forces that have caused a reversal of fortunes of some sort. Some of the regions in Nigeria that least expected may even become the beneficiaries of decentralization. Let's not submit to policy laziness. Decentralization is good for our country. Nobody is going to change anyone. It's good for everybody. And I laugh a lot when people talk about going our separate ways. Really? Oh no, I laugh a lot. Oh, let's go our separate ways. I laugh. That is just going to complicate things, economically speaking. Given how smaller countries around us, I run the Center for Africa, so I'm not going to mention country names there. But given how smaller countries around us are rebranding themselves, doing very well on the global stage, and then you are talking about disintegration in Nigeria, that will spell doom for us. Because you do that, then you give away your last strength, the only strength that you are selling. And who knows? What's that strength? It's your size. Your size. That's the only thing that is holding Nigeria forth. The size. You ignore the size of Nigeria, you do it at your peril. Forget about all the problems we are facing. Without our size, 210 million people, close to $500 million in GDP, You cannot ignore it. That is the only thing that is holding Nigeria. You lose that, you break up, forget it. You go into the ashes of history. In the Western Africa sub-region, forget it, forget it. Much unlike the industrial clusters of the 1990s, where industries in the same region are grouped together, for economic development programming. The innovation economy is here. It is different. They are tech anchored. And they are not sectors based. They are sector agnostic. They are based on tech. And you'll be surprised at the massive economic impact that will result from applying the right dose of technology and capital to the huge agricultural and mining endowments across this nation, across all 6 geopolitical zones. Nigerian governors, are you listening? Are you guys listening? The massive endowment across your state, you power it with technology and innovation economy. You will create jobs for your state. Let me move on to question number 4. I already said I will not exceed the 55 minutes that Pastor Poju gave me, so I don't turn to. So the fourth question, question number 4. Any economic lessons from other jurisdictions for a sustainable subnational fiscal autonomy model? Any lessons from other jurisdictions? Are there any lessons from other jurisdictions? Yes. I think we agree that the 1999 Constitution is highly defective. Yet, the world over constitutional design process cannot always envisage what would happen in the future. Let's look at Canada and the US. From the way it was originally designed, Canada was meant to be a highly decentralized federation with very few powers for the provinces, while the United States, in the contrary, was to be a highly decentralized federation with the state having enormous powers. But over history, what has happened? Due to a variety of reasons, and circumstances, the federal government of the US today is much more powerful than it was originally envisaged. Due to reasons, circumstances, like the Cold War, the American Civil War, and the superpower status of the US. On the other hand, the provincial economic model in Canada has become very robust over time due to the presence of a cultural, linguistic minority province, Quebec. Ladies and gentlemen, necessity is the mother of invention. Why are we stuck in Nigeria? So, on my way to Nigeria from New York, I had a stop over in a place called Las Palmas in Gran Canaria, Spain, which is very close to the Atlantic Ocean. I'm a visiting professor at the University of Las Palmas in the Canary Islands. I was there, spent some time there, and while I was discussing with one of my colleagues, one of my collaborators there, one academic, he was talking about a volcanic eruption that just happened. There's another city where there was a volcanic eruption in La Palma, different than Las Palmas. And we were chatting, and he said, Prof, this is the beauty of federalism. I'm like, what? He didn't even know I would be talking about federalism in Nigeria, I said, why did you say that, Prof? He said, the volcanic eruption happened. The Canary Islands is a small island there, based largely on tourism. But before you knew it, the European Commission, from Belgium, they had sent, resources and other things to take care of things. Even here at home, in the immediate aftermath of the Boko Haram crisis. The federal government deployed resources, to help the situation and to restore stability. That is federalism at its best. That's what a federal system is designed to do. And another example is Canada. And this is one country, for obvious reasons that I have written extensively about. Canada has been a policy laboratory of sort for Nigeria, for me, when I do research on policy design. And it is funny that many people don't often realize that despite Canada's many achievements in the energy, resource, and political front, federal-provincial relations could be very tough, particularly in terms of healthcare financing and federal climate policy proposals. It's always very tough. But guess what? Economics, empirical evidence, and innovation are key ingredients that often guide policy and programmatic interventions. And after the collapse of crude oil prices in 2014, what happened? The effort to decarbonize the Canadian economy, accelerated. And separatist sentiment became obvious in the province of Alberta, which is the equivalent of the Niger Delta here, because they own massive oil resources. But in spite of the calls for secession, all of that, you see that the federal government intervened through major policies to stabilize the polity. And in the aftermath, you had what we call the Canadian Innovation Supercluster Initiative. The Canadian Innovation Supercluster Initiative. What happened? Compared to their neighbor to the south, the United States, Canada understood that it was lagging in terms of productivity and that it needed to catch up. It then made a deliberate choice to recalibrate and build its innovation economy from the ground up. The Canadian Innovation Supercluster policy is designed to encourage small and medium-scale enterprises, large corporations, to collaborate and boost high-growth sectors in the innovation economy. And so in 2018, it was launched as a 10-year innovation system comprised of all the 5 major regions. So they were grouped together. If you had agriculture and the natural resources, you could combine 3 provinces into one. You go to the Atlantic region, there's what we call the Ocean Supercluster. It's a world-class cluster of all of the players in the ecosystem to power the economy of that region. 5, in the westernmost area, British Columbia, you have the Digital Supercluster. In a way, spatial barriers are torn away. Who cares about geography? As long as you belong in that ecosystem, come. And that's why even in a place like New York, you hear about things like the Cambridge-Boston corridor for life sciences. In Canada, you talk about the Toronto-Waterloo Innovation Corridor. People don't care about geography. So, I am talking about eating your cake and having it. Nigeria can do it, economically speaking. Policy innovation can create win-win outcomes, both on the economic and political sides. We should innovate. I think I'm running out of time. I haven't checked, but let me move on to the last question. Can we fix federalism by innovating Nigeria's economic system? This is the last question. Can we fix federalism by innovating our economic system? I believe that Nigeria's future is linked to policy innovation. It can play a major role in addressing the current disintegrative ethno-religious and communal tensions across the country. Before COVID, I would typically come to Nigeria twice a year. I just wanted to come twice a year. But I have to confess, for the first time in my life, I've been coming back this particular trip. The first day of arrival, I was in my hotel, and for the first time, I felt very vulnerable in the room. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know because of what I had heard before coming. The warnings, your friends actually don't go. For the first time, I was there like, okay, God, I'm sleeping. It's okay. It doesn't have to be this way, guys. It doesn't. It does not have to be this way. It doesn't have to be. Agitations for restructuring are not new in Nigeria. While an overhaul and restructuring of the federal system can be a part of the solution, the core economic argument has been ignored for too long. One of the major reasons countries adopt fiscal federalism is the gains that accrue, for a more efficient resource allocation and mobilization regime. So let's put it simply. Rent seeking is the antithesis of development in Nigeria. The current centralization of political power in Abuja is causing major distortions because redistribution is elevated over productivity and political economy. It's so wrong. Where are the economists here who study bachelor, masters, or PhD in economics? Where are the economists? Any economists in this room? When you do Econ 101, you talk about, when you're building your models, efficiency, Pareto outcomes are key. Efficiency is key. Does that mean that you have to neglect or abandon the weak and vulnerable people? No. We got to take care of the old people, the jobless, low income. We will take care of them. But first thing first, put productivity first. When you have harnessed all of the gains, then we can take care of the others. It's the spirit of Ubuntu. I have a new book coming. I'll probably be back in Nigeria in December. It's on policy innovation in Africa. How did we get it wrong? Even continentally. You are building models, policy planning, and you are basing it off of individualism, self-interest in Western models. No. And as I said, I'm very pragmatic, and that's why before I engage on any policy research, there has to be outcome. There has to be impact. I don't just like to do research and publish in journals just for the sake of publishing. I don't do it. There has to be an impact. And let me tell you about how we do it in New York. Let me ask you a question. So New York is a global center for innovation and finance and entrepreneurship. That's the center of the world. The New York metro area has a GDP of about $1.8 trillion. New York metro area, $1.8 trillion. That's more than 4 times the GDP of Nigeria. Have you ever wondered how it is possible for some of the richest people on the planet to live in the same city with low-income people? You see super rich billionaires on the subway, and you see low-income people who make less than $20,000 per annum, and everybody is smiling, drinking coffee, and reading newspapers. How is that possible? How is that possible? It is true what you call equitable regional economic development. Don't use the word redistribution. That's what I do there, policy research. How do you ensure that you share the gains of growth and productivity with other people? What is Joe Biden's problem with what is happening on the streets of Los Angeles or Chicago or New York? He's busy. He has to look after bigger stuff. USMCA, what we used to call NAFTA, Russia, China, Afghanistan, excuse me, and other multilateral issues. That's what serious federal governments do. That is what serious federal governments do. And when you look at the federal government in Nigeria, Abuja, listen. Have you heard about the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? Countries are busy designing policies that will have implications for the next 30 years for their countries. That's the preoccupation of serious federal governments across Africa. The AfCFTA, how can you leverage it to bail yet unborn generations? We are here talking about Ruga, resin, seriously. You're talking about VAT, collect for me, don't collect. What is happening in this country? Don't collect, I can collect. Ruga, open grace. So, the time is now for Abuja to recruit serious trade policy professionals. I know you have a secretariat. You need 200 trade policy analysts examining impact, distributional implications for the next 30 years for the AfCFTA. You add central banking to it. Help MFLA, all this dollarization. Give him capacity. Then maybe you add international affairs to that and manage your ambassadors overseas. That is enough. That is enough. Let the other people take care of themselves. Let them think about how to dispose their garbage or what kind of education they want for their kids. So, 5 questions, and what's the way forward? I'm a pragmatist, okay? Way forward. What do we need to do? Where do we go from here? Let me quickly tell you in 2 minutes the story of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a federal nation. It's a federalist system. Their prime minister, I like him so much. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in October 2019 for ending the 20-year conflict with Eritrea. That was in addition to overseeing unprecedented reforms, from transitioning the economy to a more market-oriented model and increasing women's participation in government, all within a relatively short period of time. But what happened afterwards? What happened afterwards? A rapid reversal in a matter of months due to the war in the northern Tigray region of the country. So you look at the promise and practice of federalism, they are frequently at odds. This reformist prime minister, is currently focused on consolidating the achievements of his government by addressing the issues of regional cleavages and ethnic antagonisms in the multicultural governing coalition, which is backed by a federal constitution that grants autonomy to the country's 9 ethno-geographic regions. Listen to me, this is a paradox. It's an irony. Because the exact solution that people are clamoring for here in Nigeria is the antithesis of the peace in Ethiopia. Such is the complex nature of decentralization and decentralization debate, especially in low-income countries with weak institutions, poverty, corruption, and fragility. So, since federalism is a flawed governance model that does not have answers to many contemporary complicated problems, what is the way forward? It is time for Nigeria to make economics the core argument. It is time to redesign our economic architecture with the current flawed model by letting policy entrepreneurs rise up. And as I'm wrapping up, I am calling on policy entrepreneurs in Nigeria. Who are they? Who are policy entrepreneurs? They are key actors in the innovation process, since they are interested in policy change. Policy entrepreneurs, in the tradition of Joseph Schumpeter, the father of entrepreneurism, they are agents of creative destruction because they champion the pursuit of policy change by seeking ideas and collaborative approaches to help reduce inefficiencies. You can look it up later, but the term policy entrepreneur first came to the public policy lexicon, when it was first used by American political scientist John Kingdon in 1984 in his seminal book. He said they are elected or unelected. They could be in or out of government. They could be in interest group or research organizations, but their defining characteristic is their willingness to invest their resources, time, energy, reputation, and sometimes money to ensure policy change. There is a special category of institutional entrepreneurs in the policy-making process. And in return for their expected reward, they just want to see that their ideas and agendas are translated into policy actions. They're in geographies, in sectors. You think about agricultural extension officers who are all over the place. The farmers trust them more than Abuja. You think about change agents in churches, mosques. I don't need to tell you that Pastor Pojoyemade is a policy entrepreneur. We're on his platform. He's causing change, getting people to think. And so on and so forth. The upper middle class. So Nigeria needs to search and look for those policy entrepreneurs. Again, don't get me wrong. Politics is too important to be deprioritized. However, in a country like Nigeria with low institutional quality, where politics supersede everything, it is time to make economics the basis of this argument. From the Swiss cantons in Biafra to Arewa and Oduduwa, regional growth dynamics have implications for national unity and prosperity. And given the pace of digitization in the global economy, harnessing regional innovation capabilities for national unity remains compelling. That is the way forward. And civil society has a role here. But that's not enough. National and regional parliaments have a role. But it is also beyond them. Nigeria needs to reimagine, redesign, and deliver an innovative federal system that works for all. and economics must be at the heart of it all. And finally, to achieve the Nigeria of our dreams, we need to be able to ensure we don't rely too much on a one-size-fits-all model that causes confusion. And I'm going to end this by putting the platform, by putting Pastor Poju on the spot. You see, pragmatism is key. And Pastor Poju is very smart. You know, when he was sharing there, he talked about the fact that, people would always ask him to implement and what have you, you know. I'm like, oh, gosh, I wanted to talk about that, but okay. Like, okay, I'm not going to ask him now to start to implement, you know. But I think at least it is time to, the platform is now 15 or 16 years old. It is time to hire a research assistant to look at all of the speeches that have been made in the last 16 years and see which amongst those can be translated into concrete action plans. For all you care, I have people in Canada and the US, professors who are using the platform as their research, the repository for their research, masters and PhD students. Platform. The platform. The platform is a repository. You don't know how many masters and PhD theses have come out of the platform. So that's one. And secondly, I walk the talk. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap, guys. I walk the talk. On the basis of that, I have the pleasure to say at this moment that I will be committing the next 5 years, working with the Covenant Nation and Pastor Poju to launch the Nigeria Innovation Supercluster Initiative. The acronym is NISI, N-I-S-I, Nigerian Innovation Supercluster Initiative. This is a project that will map the innovation ecosystem of Nigeria, using the 6 geopolitical zones as the basis, but over time, we will remove the spatial element and let it run based on endowments and skills. From Kano to Minna, to Yola to Asaba, to Akure and Nsukka, all powered by technology and the innovation economy. This will be a non-profit organization with its secretariat at the Covenant Nation, run by policy entrepreneurs, under the supervision of Senior Pastor Poju Yemade, under the supervision, look at my hands now, under the supervision, and the idea, the same way this platform is under the supervision, but I know you have a lot of protocol officers, hidden guys who you don't see their faces, but they are doing tremendous job. And I say thank you. I say thank you to all of the volunteers, all of the partners. Thank you so much for what you are doing for Nigeria. You are all policy entrepreneurs making a change in our country. Thank you. Let me not forget the last sentence on this. So the idea behind this NISI is to show that focusing on the economics of federalism can move the needle for a great nation. Be on the lookout. Pastor Poju will update Nigerians as this takes off. For me, I'm going to be using my platforms over there in New York and Canada and Spain to also get collaborators. And it's a 5-year plan. I don't believe in short-termism. Let's draft a 5-year plan that will transcend political cycles. And if you want to see how I disseminate my part of the deal, in the coming months, I'll be disseminating not through my university or New York platform, but through my personal website, fredolayele.com. If you have the time in the coming months, check it out, fredolayele.com. I will disseminate whatever it is for our international partners. But for the Nigerian component, the Covenant Nation will roll it out and inform you. So, thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Happy independence. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
You are welcome back to the platform panel, and we want to say a big thank you to Professor Fred Olayele, who gave a presentation on remaking Nigeria's federalism through policy innovation. And he gave us 5 philosophical questions, starting from who is to blame and ending with should we fix Nigeria's federalism. Like he said, he didn't give a political talk. He gave an economic and policy, not politics, presentation. But what do you have to say about his presentation, Mr. Ian? What were your own takeaways from that presentation?
Well, to be honest, apart from the fact that it was long, but there were 3 things that stood out for me in particular. And I think that at the beginning, the question that dropped out of all of these things was really, what is the purpose of government? And if we think about that, he kind of hits it over and over and over and over again, that what is the purpose of government, providing essentially employment, security, national pride, and all of that. And if one is acutely focused on the purpose of government, then we are then willing to make adjustments along the way with how we manage it, what structures we have in place, and we can make decisions that guide us towards choosing economic outcomes that serve that purpose versus everything else. And that's what leads us to remaking it and the choices alongside.
Thank you. Mrs. B.
Well, I think he first asked us to take our eyes off the political agenda and make a financial agenda as the basis for how we engage as Nigerians and in Nigeria. To say that if we continue to focus on the political cycle, then we will lose the high ground of what will keep us together. We live in a knowledge-based economy that is driving the economy across the world. But Nigeria is living on a rent-seeking political system that is failing us and has continued to fail us. And the question is federalism working the way we have seen it and interpreted it to be, or do we need to recalibrate what that looks like?
And I like the fact that you talked about him saying a knowledge-based economy, because if we relate that to our first guest speaker, Yvonne Johnson, she also went in that direction, talking about technology, financial again, and how that industry has created jobs and opened a new ecosystem, and the many opportunities that we might not be seeing and that we need to see. Mr. G, talk about that.
So, I mean, if you look at what Yvonne was speaking about, and you just look at the whole digital economy and what's coming out of it, I think what was very striking for me was when she spoke about the fact that they're competing for capital globally. You know, these individuals are competing without borders. They don't think of borders. And because they're competing without borders, the standards they set for themselves have to be global standards, because they don't think we're Nigerian. They're looking globally. If you look at the financial services sector, I think the first bank to issue a Eurobond issued it about 2007. And some of the institutions had been in existence for about 17 years. Now, these guys come in and you see people raising capital after 6 months, some after 3 months. And the quantum of capital they are raising, I mean, look at the figures she quoted, close to $1 billion. Nigeria as a country raised $4 billion. Now you have these fintechs powered by very young Nigerians raising 25% of the money without any support from the sovereign. So if you just look at the enormous potentials that that industry is generating, and then she spoke about 85,000 developers, I know, and a huge percentage of them almost self-trained. And if you also look at that and look at countries like India, what you find out is that there's this whole new economy opening up, and then you could be looking at what I call reverse remittances. So before, to be an economic immigrant and in foreign currency, you had to leave Nigeria, go to Canada, go to the UK. Now you have people who are sitting here, bringing in remittances, you know, enjoying the local life of the local community, and then earning the big bucks. Thank you.
Having the best of both worlds. Literally. So let's practicalize this. A young person is watching, right? Because we have to take it back to what Seest style. And I'd just like to ask the 3 of you. So what should people be seeing, at least from our first 2 speakers?
I think that every young person should be comforted by the fact that there's opportunity. All right. So don't think that there is no opportunity. There is opportunity, all right? One. Two is that over time, eventually, your productivity will trump everything else. Now, if you connect that to what Professor Olalea said and what Yvonne said, the reality is that nobody handed these guys, all right, the tech economy guys, the fintech, no one handed them anything. They've looked at the opportunity, refused to be constrained by the environment, and redefined it, creating their own productivity. So now people are calling them, all right, rather than them waiting for people to invite them. No. All right, they've set a whole new stage. And I think every young person needs to understand that this opportunity that exists is available now. And you're not even constrained by what they taught you in school.
Remind me of the table. Like, if nobody invites you to the table, create a table for yourself. And eventually they start saying, please, can we come to your table?
Exactly. Which is exactly what I was going to say, that enough of shaking this table. I belong to the civil society sector of this country, and I think we keep shaking the political table. Could we then refocus as young people in Nigeria on creating, moving the power base of what is Nigeria to the financial table, and then the people on the political table will be forced to come to negotiate their part in where we are.
Excellent. So true. Mr. G, do you want to add to that?
You know, a country of 200 million people, and you know, Prof spoke about that. There are less than 30 countries in the world that have a population of 50 million. You just have about 30 countries that have a population of 50 million. Now you have a population of 200 and something million people. So just like Obi said, the opportunities are massive. Now, what young people must not do is always wait for the opportunities that have been unlocked, and then everybody rushes into that space, and then that space gets saturated. There will be new opportunities to be unlocked. So people should have a very open mind and look at what that population, what it brings to play, and which areas they can leverage on and capitalize on, and see what they can make out of an economic value out of it. Because he said, look, the discussion is economic. When you go and raise money and you have a good product and you're a tech company, there's no one that's going to ask you during the seed round, where are you from? They tell you, what are you guys trying to solve for? That's the question you're asked. No one wants to know where you're from. Someone said, oh, there have been 5 unicorns. No one was asking, where's the Flutterwave person from? Where's the InterSwitch person from? People are just saying the money's coming in. Where's OPay from? Where's Paystack from? No one knows. So the opportunities are limitless, but people have to act. I think there's too much, you know, young people, yes, I mean, you can go on social media, you can complain on social media, but after doing that on social media, just know you've not moved a step. Act.
They moved a little step. Thank you so much. And you know, we keep saying opportunity, opportunity, and act, but it takes hard work. And I think sometimes that's what we really don't want to do. You said, look at the opportunity, but don't look at the unlocked opportunity. Unlocking a new opportunity doesn't happen overnight. It's sleepless nights and days when nobody sees what you're doing. But when you have a generation that sort of wants to blow yesterday, right? We are just looking for that, the quick wins, which sometimes is not really the way forward. So maybe it's also to say, put in the work, put in the time, be patient, and you will blow. One day, like many people we admire, they know we hear $1 billion, they're like $1 billion. We work to get the 1 billion. But right now, let's go back to the hall. We still have 4 amazing conversations. There is so much to take away from this. One of the first things you need to understand is the power of knowledge to even open your eyes to see. And that is why we are having these conversations. So listen to it with your mind really open, to be picking the things, to say, Nigeria, and I think it was our host, Omowale, that said, who is Nigeria? It's not a country, it's not a map, it's not green, white, green. Nigeria is me and you. So when we say Nigeria, what seest thou? We're saying myself, yourself, what are we seeing? We're going right back to continue with amazing conversations here at the platform, 1st of October 2001. If you've still not told anybody to tune into this, and hashtag is the platform Nigeria. We at the panel will see you shortly.
Well, we've come to the next session here of the platform, the speakers for the platform, and I have with me Donna Brazile. She was the former chair of the Democratic Party in the United States of America, the first African-American woman to lead a presidential campaign. That was the campaign of Senator Al Gore when he contested for the presidency of the United States of America against President George Bush in the year 2000. One of the most historic, we'll put it that way, elections in America. Welcome, Donna Brazile.
Hello, and thank you so much for this great opportunity to join you as you celebrate your Independence Day. I'm Donna Brazile, political strategist, former chair of the Democratic National Committee, and a political commentator with ABC News here in the United States of America. To my brothers and sisters in Nigeria, it is a great honor to spend this time with you as you celebrate your 61st independence. What a wonderful moment. Although the United States is the world's oldest, longest lived democracy, we're at an inflection point as we work towards strengthening the pillars of our democracy. Following the last presidential election where democracy itself was on the ballot, we're dealing with a dangerous headwind that has left us deeply polarized and distrustful of our governmental leaders and institutions, from those elected to represent us, including the President of the United States, to the United States Congress and the third branch of our government, the United States courts. But I'm here to tell you, just as I am certain the United States will emerge from this struggle with our democracy intact, I'm equally certain that Nigeria will emerge in this century as a model democratic country, not just for Africa, but for the entire world. So again, your independence is so important to all of us. And I am here to affirm that both our nations will enter the future with the rule of law reaffirmed, with greater citizen participation, and with the roadblocks to equality, prosperity, and growth shattered. Although there are always some appeals to divide us by religion, by region, by ethnicity, nonetheless, we are holding firm to the lessons of the Civil War here in the United States. And that is, in the words of our president from almost 150 years ago, Abraham Lincoln, who said, "There can be no appeal from the ballot to the bullet." You are no doubt familiar with the saying, "The price of liberty is internal vigilance." This is true for America, even with 234 years of self-rule, and this is also true for Nigeria. Eternal vigilance is the price every democracy must pay. If there is one thing Nigerians can do this Independence Day, it is to ensure that each citizen has an equal share in the governing of their nation. It is important that each citizen recommit deep in your heart to a government of, by, and for the people. Your motto is a motto that I cherish. Your motto is unity and faith, peace and progress. Now more than ever, it is important to empower each citizen to live true to that motto, to remember that the progress of the country is composed of each individual's success and having an equal share in their government. Now the hallmark of any democracy is the ability of the citizens to be heard, not only before Election Day, but after Election Day and beyond. Why is that so important? Because though decisions are often made by a majority, a place at the table belongs to everyone, including the minority. Everyone must be present. Everyone must be heard. And your governmental leaders must hear your voice. They must know what you need, and they must listen to the citizens. Public opinion is an ever-shifting thing. Even when there exists a majority in agreement, events and new information can change popular feelings. Everyone deserves a place at the table, not only during election season, but after election. It is important that each citizen be heard and that we honor the rights of everyone. And while the majority decisions will determine the immediate future, minority input is always important so that the policies that are enacted are respected by everyone. That's how you achieve unity. Self-government cannot exist, my friends, in the long term and in the long run if it becomes a tyranny of either the minority or the majority rule. An election is useless if the minority is locked out of having a share in the decision-making process. I know this as a Black American who have worked hard throughout the decades, following in the example of Martin Luther King and Reverend Jesse Jackson and so many others, that we had to open doors, that we had to create space, and yes, we had to give everyone a seat at the table. It's very important that we understand the role of compromise. Compromise is simply the ability of getting things done, of being able to listen to those who you might have a different opinion. But compromise is the basic duty of every citizen and of every elected leader in our societies. Of course, compromise does not apply to fundamental principles. We all have fundamental principles. But this maxim was proven when for decades in the United States, and I speak as an American who have been very active in our politics, but it is very important that we try and we work together to form that basic unity. The fundamental principles, the basic building blocks, of course, should be that we have policies that come directly from the people, not just the elected officials. The policies that govern any nation should come from the people. It should come from the desires of a people to live a better life, the desires of people to have a healthy future, and the desires of people to be educated and be part of the economic success of their country. It is a duty, my friends, of every citizen to see that the fundamental human rights are observed and supported. Upholding the rule of law is an essential civic responsibility and duty that we must all carry out. And lastly, I believe that power must be shared. It must be shared by everyone, regardless of your political identity, your political beliefs, your political affiliations, your regional alliances, your ethnic differences. For any democracy to succeed, everyone must belong. Everyone must have a seat at the table. And don't wait until you are 40 or 50 to find your seat at the table. Find it now and bring a couple of folding chairs when you get in the door, because we want everybody to participate, especially the young. Young people must understand that democracy is a verb. We have to make it work. We have to make it work for the people. So this is a very important moment as you celebrate your 61st anniversary, your 61st Independence Day. Nigeria must continue to emerge from the shackles of colonialism and resist regressing to an outdated concept of human rights. Because Nigeria is the future not just of the African continent, but the future of the world. And Nigeria must continue to usher in this new era, a new era where democracy means that everyone find their seats at the table. In such an atmosphere that we all live in today, we're dealing with a pandemic, a global pandemic that has impacted all of us. It's impacted my family. It's impacted my livelihood. I am a professor at a historic Black college in the United States of America, Howard University. I am back on campus. I am also a professor at a Jesuit college, Georgetown University. I'm so delighted to be able to see my students again, to be able to be in the room with them, to help them understand that our democracy still is growing. Our democracy is still in need of new blood, new energy, new vitality, and new voices. And yes, we need to make sure that women are included. Women must have a seat at the table. Everyone deserves to have a seat at the table. So I want you to remain active. I want you to get involved. I've been involved for over 50 years and I don't feel any ways tired. And as I wear your colors, I wear them out of pride that I too am an African. And to all of the Nigerian people, and to my brothers and sisters here in America who are directly from Nigeria as part of my family. We celebrate this moment with you, but we also know that this is a period of growth and opportunity. So I want it said that on this Independence Day, we were able to talk to one another, to learn from one another, and to continue to march forward toward a time in the future where we will be united as one people, because indeed we are. So I'm going to share some other theories and some other ideas so that you feel inspired the way I was inspired by Dr. King and so many others. I was inspired even after we elected Barack Obama president back in 2008 to go back out there and get people involved in the electoral process, to get new leaders to emerge. And yes, to try to fill more seats that we help to build. This is your time. And why you? Because there's no one better. And why now? Because tomorrow is not soon enough. So every citizen must find his or her place at the table. So let me start by showing you some of the ideas I have to increase the involvement of citizens in their government. It starts with believing that we need a grassroots movement. We need to mobilize the people, because after all, a democracy is about the people. And the power of grassroots mobilization cannot be overstated. It's about gathering people where they are, where they live, where they play, where they go to work, where they go to school, where they pray. The power of the grassroots is very important. So again, happy Independence Day, and let's start this slide right now. We start with what is grassroots organizing. Happy Independence Day. I got on my green and white. I feel so blessed and so honored. Grassroots organizing is that activity that allows people, no matter where they are, it doesn't matter where the people are. They could be in the urban areas, the rural area, it doesn't matter what region they're from, the northern region or the western region. But it means that you're bringing people together around a simple idea. And perhaps it's about changing something that needs changing. Often we think that grassroots organizing involves getting all of the powerful forces in society. No, but it means starting where you are, with the people that you're in contact with the resources that you have at hand, and by reaching the powerful leaders, whether they're seated right there in your own community or they're seated in the National Assembly. Grassroots organizing is the key to keeping your democracy vibrant and also of ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table. Next slide, please. So why does it matter? It matters that we're able to empower people, give people a voice, let them lift their voices up. Let them say to their leaders that we want jobs, that we want economic development, that our farmers need more seeds, and that our small businesses need more capital, that our schools need more desks and technology, more computers. Grassroots movements empower people to make change happen. It's change that we can believe in, and it matters that we inspire people to grow and to help make the kind of difference. So how does it work? It works around the simple principle that you have to bring people together. that you have to give them a reason to stand up and feel the energy and the freedom to make a difference. It also requires us to have more leaders at the table, not just those who were chosen, but those who are inspired to lead. We have to harness that energy. And yes, often it requires resources to be able to communicate, to be able to get your message out, and to be able to keep people informed. Grassroots mobilization works because it allows us to go right where it all starts. Think about the grass, think about the earth, think about putting that seed in the ground and covering it with a little dirt and watering it, and what happens when it sprouts and when it grows and when it begins to bear fruit. That is what grassroots organizing is. It's allowing everyone to bear the fruit so that every citizen have the opportunity to grow. That's what we believe, and I know that's what you believe as well. The fundamental steps, these are what we call meta strategies. This is how you look at what are you trying to create. Of course, you're trying to change something. You're trying to do it as deliberate as possible, but you know that you have to talk to those that you elected. They have the power. They have the power and the resources to make change happen. You know, in my community where I live right now, we wanted more schools that were available for young people, people under 15 or 16 years of age. We wanted pre-K through 6th grade. And so we had to advocate for that change. We had to go to the elected officials. We had to make our case, and once we made our case, we were able to get it done. We now have 2 schools that are being built in our community because we wanted change. We wanted our children to stay closer to home. We didn't want them driving miles and miles away on a bus or taking a train when we could have them right in our community so that we could walk them to school and pick them up after school. We believe in nonviolence because nonviolence is the only way to create true democratic change. We saw that with Brother Gandhi in India, and of course we saw it here in the United States of America with the great civil rights movement that is still going on to this day. Nonviolent civil disobedience and action, sometimes it's required to get the attention of those who have closed their doors and their windows. We want change. We want to ensure that we have a decent society, that everyone have access to health care and education and the resources to start their businesses and to thrive. Sometimes it requires us to use tactics that will enable us to get our message through. It's also important to understand that through the legal process, we can also create the kind of change that we need. Sometimes the courts decide. When politicians are unable to make up their minds or to complete a task, then you know what? The courts. And it's very important that we understand that having a legal strategy, along with a political and a message communication strategy, is vital towards having a successful social campaign, a successful mobilization campaign. Political resistance often will occur because, as you know, some politicians are entrenched. They don't want to change things. They love the way things are going on. But we have to make sure in those rare moments when our political leaders are not listening to the people, that we can find a way to open their eyes and open their hearts so that we can make the change happen. And lastly, we got to believe that everyone, every citizen, as I mentioned earlier, every citizen understands their individual power. Because without their knowledge of the power that they will not be able to have any collective action to get things done. So that's very important. We know that building your base, keeping everyone engaged, making sure that every individual believes that he or she can provide the leadership, identifying a base of people who will support your campaign, making sure that you can have conversations with civility understanding that some people will come to the table with different ideas. Some people will come to the table not understanding what's already on the menu, but it's important that you build your base. When you build your base, people are more confident in the actions that they will take and more confident that you will be able to be successful. Just because you don't win the campaign on the first go round doesn't mean that you give up. That means that you've got to go back and keep building until you have enough people on your side to carry your message forward. And I guarantee you, when the politicians and the political leaders see that you have the masses with you, they will come to the table and they will help you build your campaign. Have these conversations. Make the message plain. Make it simple. Make it so that everyone feels as though he or she can contribute to it. And yes, we want to make sure that they bring their personal stories. I mentioned, getting more schools in our community. I started my first campaign at the age of 9 because I simply wanted to see a playground in our community. So in the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about how to build that kind of campaign. You need commitment. Of course, the leadership is important. The participation of ordinary citizens, the awareness of why it's important. And yes, to have the resources and the interests of everyone allows you to achieve your goal because you're bringing people into the process. And you want to make sure that they're aware of why it's important to have this campaign, to have this mobilization, to have citizens able to engage with their elected leaders. Do not be afraid. Their title is the honorable. Your title is the citizen, which means you have the power. Remember, there are more citizens than elected leaders. There are more people that you can mobilize. There's a big base that you can build, but you've got to understand there's a pyramid. There's a way in which you go after it, to build power, to mobilize people, to ensure that these institutions, these organizations are being held accountable. The pyramid of engagement is so very important. And what are some of the best practices? Of course, as I mentioned, keep it simple. Inspire people to change. Educate people. Educate. Education is the backbone of every society. It's the passport to your freedom as well. Make sure that you assign meaningful tasks like passing out pamphlets or making phone calls or sending out text messages. That's very, very important. Tell your story. Your story is key. And trust the activists, the people with the experience to also get the word out. Personalize everything that you do, everything. Whether it's the phone calls, the in-person contact, direct mail, or social media. Personalize everything. Make sure that every citizen has a little pamphlet that says what you're doing. Who are you? What is your campaign? What do you care about? Why are you doing this? It's the who, what, why, and when that matters before you get where you're going. The who, what, why. That's important. And those practices will enable you to succeed. And it will enable you to claim a victory. Even when you have not met all of your goals, you can still say that you were able to start up this organization and you were able to mobilize people. You were inspiring them. And now everyone is moving toward that big goal. Again, engage citizens online, offline. When I first started in politics, we didn't have computers and all of these gadgets, cell phones and smartphones. We had each other and we had word of mouth. But now with all of the tools that you have at your disposal, you can reach more people, you can inspire more people. So grassroots mobilization now takes on the energy and the excitement of utilizing Facebook and Twitter and all these other amazing tools. I listen to so much information nowadays from Nigeria because I can just go on my Twitter account and I follow so many great leaders, so many great organizations like the Platform Institute, and I get up-to-date information. I no longer have to just go to the BBC. Once upon a time, we had to go to BBC to find out what was happening in Nigeria. Now I can go directly to Nigeria. You're online, you're connected. And when you're online and you're connected, it means that people are watching and they're listening. So utilize these tools. Utilize them so that you can target people, that you can bring them in, so that when you create activities like town hall meetings or forums or just a gathering at the square, you can communicate in one voice. You know, it's funny, when you make this sound, this noise, being able to communicate with one voice, utilizing these social media tools, these grassroots mobilization tools, they will enable you to reach the masses beyond your borders and beyond even the continent of Africa. You will be able to reach people where they are, no matter what town, what region, what nation, what continent, because we're now all connected. You know, every movement rests on a powerful, simple message. And I always utilize this slide because hope and change, yes, we can. Barack Obama kept it simple. It wasn't, yes, he was handsome. Yeah, he was young, he was dynamic. But you know what? He also had a message of hope. Hope in its most powerful sense. He understood that we could change the world, that we had the power to change the world. Today, over 20 million Americans have health care because that young man got up one day and decided that he would run for president to help save his country and to help improve the lives of every American, including those who did not have health care. The richest nation on the planet, some would say, and you mean they had no health care? Well, Barack Obama took that message to the masses. He mobilized them using grassroots tactics. He engaged people, and they were inspired to act. So keep it simple. You can reach the masses. You can mobilize people, but make sure that you talk to them in a language that they understand, that transform them from their individual or personal seat to one that they feel as though they're at the table with everybody, because that's what President Barack Obama did. He connected us. He connected us, and he made us feel as one people. So I want to reiterate in the next slide some of the tips for effective grassroots mobilization. And it starts with communicating with people. Communication, you keep hearing me say, you know, you have to motivate, you have to inspire, you have to bring people in. Essentially, you got to talk to people. I know we have all of these tools. I know we want to just text someone or just send a little message. But you got to make sure that people understand it. They feel it in their heart. Whether it's building a playground or expanding the number of schools, you have to make sure that you can come up with a campaign. And people need to understand it. Hope and change. Educate the masses. You want to make sure that people can communicate what you're trying to do in simple language. Don't complicate it. Keep it simple. Creative advertising is so important because nowadays my students at Georgetown and Howard, they can put anything in a video message within 15 seconds. So use all of this creative advertising, because sometimes you got to grab people. I mean, people are busy. They're working, they're taking care of their families, they're going to school, they're trying to make sure they get them to church on time. Got to keep it simple so that they get it and they can, you know, get it right away. And yes, there's some risk involved, and I have here flirt with some controversy. You know, it was controversial to make Martin Luther King's birthday a holiday. Where's Dr. King? Dr. King, here he is. My first campaign. My first campaign was to help make Martin Luther King's birthday a holiday. That was 40 years ago. Dr. King died in 1968. In 1981, I got to Washington, D.C., and I started working on a campaign. And no sooner did I finished that campaign, I was working another campaign, and here's a book, Free South Africa. I wanted to free Nelson Mandela. I wanted to free my brothers and sisters. So every day we went out at 5 o'clock in front of the South African embassy, and we protested, and we boycotted every company that was doing business in South Africa, but not freeing the people of that apartheid system. We flirted with controversy, but we got it done. We got it done. And so when Nelson Mandela was freed, and he came to America, and he went to Bill Clinton inaugural, you know who had a chance to sit next to him? The little kid from the Bayou. The little kid who believed that Nelson Mandela and the people of South Africa should be free. To dismantle the apartheid system was a controversial decision, but we took it on as a campaign, and we won. To make Martin Luther King's birthday a holiday was controversial, but we took it on. And now every year in January, the third month in January, we celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King. We celebrate a man of peace, a man who believed in nonviolent change. And so please keep it simple and make sure you talk to people and that you feel as though this campaign will inspire them to change. We also know that many of us believe that only one person can make a difference, but that's not true. We need to make sure that one person can get many other people involved. One person can inspire a generation to change. One person can inspire a community to change. One person can inspire their family or their country, their elected officials. So you need to have a broad-based education and information campaign. And especially now when there's so much going on with social media, so much disinformation, you gotta make sure that you can talk to the media, talk to individuals, have events, have trainings, have the whole, what we call the entire class of tactics to get people up each day thinking about their future and how they can transform not just themselves, not just their community, but their country. So one individual can influence many, many people. So we will need as many people as possible to understand that. And yes, you're going to have to believe that, but you can't do it alone. You're going to need a lot of people. Person to person, one to one, that's the best way to communicate. It's the best way. You know, in the political realm that I've worked in and helping to elect presidents, and just recently, as you all know, Kamala Harris being our first female vice president. Her parents are immigrants. Her dad was born in Jamaica, her mom in India. I mean, we went out, we knocked on doors, we talked about this daughter of immigrants, along with our president, a good, solid working man. And we talked about the importance of putting them in elected office. So important to have direct conversations with your family, with your friends, with people in your community, because they get it. Direct communication with targeted audiences. This is how you organize people. This is how you mobilize people. This is how campaigns work, not just in the United States, but this is how campaign works in a democracy. You have to get people involved, and you have to recruit volunteers. Volunteers are very important because volunteers will take your message where you often forget that people reside or work. Volunteers are important. And let me start concluding because I know you have some wonderful questions. The types of grassroots organizations. I like the structures to be very, some of them can be formal. I like informal structures as well. There are many types of grassroots organizations. There are many ways that citizens can influence the electoral process. Citizens can influence their governmental leaders. Citizens can, enforce the kind of change that they wish to see in their neighborhoods. But it requires, as I mentioned, grassroots organizations that will take on the challenges, that will take on the responsibilities of educating people, of making sure that you have a mobilization strategy and a communication strategy. These organizations are vital. And these organizations sometimes have members, and those members will become, as you know, part of that big army of activists who will do the work to get the job done, or to meet the challenges, or to build that playground, or to increase the number of schools. So local organizations, sometimes it's multi-issue organizations, sometimes it's large organizations, but grassroots organizations comes in all shapes, sizes, variety, and they're essential. They're an essential component in how you keep change moving, growing, but also how you influence and talk to your elected leaders. They want to know who's behind you. It's not just Donna talking to you, the pastor talking to you, but there's a grassroots behind you. There are ordinary citizens behind you. And finally, raising resources. You know, sometimes you got to have a strong plan. You got to have resources. You got to have not just financial resources, but human resources. And making sure that you have the essential components. Once you speak up, once you're ready to mobilize people, you got to make sure you have resources. After all, sometimes when you need paper, when you need posters, when you need graphic materials like, you know, big signage with faces and video content, all of this require resources. And so don't forget to make this part of your strategy when you're speaking up, when you're organizing town halls, when you want to influence elections, when you want to influence political leaders once they're elected. When you want to hold people accountable, you will need grassroots organizing, but also resources for that grassroots organization, because everybody wants to have something that they can hold on to, something that they can share, something that they can leave behind. Like if I'm talking to my elected leaders in the National Assembly or in the United States Congress here where I'm at, I want to leave them something. I want to leave a piece of paper. Here's where we stand. Here's who's behind this campaign. Here are the organizations that will follow up after I come back to talk to you. You want to help change minds. You want to inspire people to change. And you want to keep them with you as you develop this outreach. So having those resources will be vital. And finally, building a successful campaign. A successful campaign, how do you know when you're successful? Especially when you're trying to communicate the importance of the issues, when you're trying to train and activate more people to come into the conversation, more and more people to go downtown or go to the town hall meeting of the city square. You want to make sure that you have not only everything pulled together, your pamphlets, your social media messaging. You want to make sure that you have trained and activated your followers so that they can follow up. Follow up is key. It's key. It's key. I cannot stress how important it is. It's one thing to raise your hand and say, I want to talk to my leaders. But you also want to have your leaders remember what you came and what you asked of him or her. You want your leaders to know why you are organizing the masses of people. You want your leaders to understand the issues. So make sure you have a comprehensive program that combines one-to-many and one-to-one. One-to-many meaning you want to broaden your outreach, include more people in the room, but you also want to be able to communicate one-to-one with your political leaders. This will not only advance your issues, but this will allow you to be heard. So with that, I want to end this conversation by saying, over the next 61 years, we have a lot of work to do in mobilizing ordinary citizens to stand up and to speak out and to be willing to fight for the kind of change that you believe in. I know you can do it. I've seen so much over the last 61 years in your growth as a nation and your ability to transform your government into one that will speak for you and listen to you. And this is the time to make sure that you bring more people into the room so that we elect people that will listen and will be representative of your views. That is what a democracy is all about. And that is really what Independence Day was about over 61 years ago. So with that, I would like your questions and any other comments you would like to give have me address about grassroots mobilization and why it's so important and vital that we not only lobby our leaders, but we also help them to create the change that we wish to see. Thank you so much. Questions, please.
All right, Donna, that was a very powerful session. Very powerful session. Very. I want to ask a few questions. First of all, the last time we had a conversation along these lines, I asked you what was the biggest hindrance to grassroots mobilization, and I think you mentioned apathy. So what I want to ask is, people, for example, in this country, well, not everybody, but some people have a sense that we've done everything we think we can do, and things are not changing as fast as we want them to change. How do people overcome that? Because you talked about struggles you did for 60 years, for 40 years. How do you overcome that apathy among people?
You have to go back to the people. Every day of my life, I go back to the same people that I say, get out and vote. I say, you voted for change. It's not happening because you stopped acting as if the change is needed. You know, often after an election is over with, we go home and we go, oh, it's time to nap. It's not time to nap. It's time to remind the leaders what you voted for. We wanted a new playground. We wanted more schools. We want our small businesses to thrive. We want to make sure that our healthcare system works for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-off. And so whatever, if the political leaders are out there saying that we're going to create jobs, then go back 2 weeks later and say, have you started creating the jobs? Because I have a theory that if you don't continue to hold our leaders accountable, they will go to sleep and then the masses go to sleep. So you got to keep active. Our job is never done. We got to keep work. They say in the Bible, faith without work, there's nothing. You got to keep working. Got to keep working. You got to keep mobilizing people, keep organizing people. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris went into the White House, which by the way is 3 miles from my house, I went knocking on the door because I want to remind them what they fought for. They said they wanted to build back better, build back stronger, so that our communities don't crumble in between elections, so that our schools don't disappear in between elections, so that our people don't lose their jobs and their health care in between elections. So if you want things to happen, you got to make it happen, and you got to continue to mobilize people. Here's what I tell people. After Election Day, you should start recruiting more people. Hey, we just won. We just won this election. We've got one next week. We got another election the next year. 4 years from now, we got another election. So I need you on the board right now. Because remember, some people after elections go home and say, I'm done, I won. But some people go back to work. It's important that you go back to work. We live in a participatory democracy. If you don't participate, then it won't happen. Because there's nobody to knock on the door. You got to keep knocking. You got to use, I was looking for it. You got to use all these wonderful little tools that we have now. And just send a little note. Dear Jane, dear John, okay? I'm still here. I still want a playground. I still want a school. And you know what I'm gonna do tonight when I walk I have a small dog, and she likes to go walking in the neighborhood. I noticed the other night when we were walking right as the sun was setting, that there were 3 lights in my neighborhood. 3 very strategic lights. On one corner, around the block, and 1, 2, I'm going to write my elected official today and say, that light on the corner is not working. The light in the alley is not working. And the light 2 blocks. Now, you have to make sure that you advocate for the change you want to see. And if I don't do it, who's going to do it? It's always about you. It's about me wanting change. I want change, and I'm going to fight for it.
All right. Second question I want to ask you is this. You belong to a political party, and I also recall that President Barack Obama was a community organizer. He got to a point where he joined active politics. So the question I want to ask is, do you think, or how important is it to belong to one or at least some major political force and to try to drive change from within political platforms?
I have strong beliefs. I'm a Christian woman, but I have strong beliefs. And there are some things that I can accomplish by going to church, and there are other things I can accomplish by joining a political party. And so I do both. I go to church for my spiritual nutrition and health, and I join the political party for my, what I call my political ambitions. And so you can do both. Barack Obama started as a community organizer because he saw the need to get things done right where people live. And it's important that we remain active in our community organizations, in our churches, in our associations, and you can also join a party. My political identity is not that of a Democrat. My political identity is that of a Christian woman who wants to see a country that takes care of everybody. I'm about compassion and taking care of the needy. I want the homeless population in Washington, D.C. and across the country to know that I'm fighting for them to get decent and affordable housing, that I'm fighting for people to have health care. So that's not based on my political affiliation. That is based on who I am as a human being. And so you can be involved in politics and still have your other avocation or your other affiliations. For me, it comes from my direct involvement in the civil rights movement. And you know the backbone of the civil rights movement was the black church. The black church was the backbone. And the black church still provides me with my nutrition to fight, to stand up against inequality and injustice. The black church had me recently stand up for my brothers and sisters from Haiti who came to the border of America. And we said, no, not on our watch would you treat the Haitian people with any disrespect. They're human beings, they're God's children. My president is Democratic. I'm a Democrat, but you don't treat the Haitian people as if they're not human beings. So, yes, it's important that you join a political party, but you retain your voice, you retain your sense of dignity, and you retain your sense of justice and equality. That's my view, sir, and I'm glad I stood up for the Haitian people. They're my people, they're my people. My brothers and sisters are from Nigeria. You're my people. We're all one people. We're God's children, and never forget that.
All right, I got some questions from some people. I just want to ask them quickly. This person says Nigerians are known to be very intelligent and vibrant, but this is what the person says, but we have mostly people who participate in the political process and determine leaders, all right, not to be part of the intellectuals or the elites. He says elections are in 2 years. In your opinion, what are we, in inverted commas, the intelligent people, missing? What do you think we can do from now to change things at the election? So he says there's apathy among the elites and the intellectuals, and what can be done to change that? That's what he's saying.
Well, Pastor, we didn't talk about this my first time, but my first boyfriend when I went to LSU was bin Muhammad was from Nigeria, and he was an engineer major. I was a psychology major, and he told me that I could be an industrial psychology. I needed to do more math. So I want to thank Ben, wherever he is today, for instilling in me this notion that I could be an engineer. And although I got involved in politics, it was his brilliance. He was a brilliant brother. And I don't know where he is today. I haven't kept up with all of his work because he started working for Shell, and he had a job at Exxon at one point, and I'm like, oh my God, I mean, you're going everywhere. Yes, I can tell you that in many cities across this country, it is the Nigerian connection that has made the black community thrive. Nigerians who have studied here, some who have not returned home, who are making America, quote unquote, more prosperous. So we know that you have the capacity. We know that you have the brilliance. We know that you have the people. There's no reason for the apathy. We need to encourage some of these young men and women who come and study in America to go back home and run for office. And we can encourage those who are staying in Nigeria, going to the university there, to begin to think about themselves as public servants. Public servants. Servant leadership is perhaps one of the least known type of leaders, but servant leaders are those who will serve the community, those who will act with compassion, those who will treat people with respect and have policies that uplift people. So I think that Nigeria, personally, as someone who has been in Nigeria, someone who has dated a Nigerian, and I don't think I've ever told anybody in my life, my first boyfriend in college, he wasn't my last, but he was my first. I can tell you this much. Nigerian people, Adesu, who I hired when I opened up Brazil and Associates, she was from Nigeria. And she helped me to create an organization, a small business that is still thriving today with employees and people across this country. So no one can tell me that Nigerians are not smart, Nigerians are not creative, Nigerians are not intellectually, prepared to design the future. When I said early on that Nigeria will not just lead the African continent, but will help lead in the world. Look at the reason. I love Nigeria. I can spend all day talking about Nigeria. I have been to Africa 8 times, and yet it was that one visit to Nigeria that I said the possibilities are unlimited. But we have to inspire the people to act. And we have to make sure that our elected leaders are accountable to the people, because that's where they get their power from. You get your power from the people. And we have to leverage our power in all sectors of society to ensure that every child has a head start and a healthy start, but that we can also bring about the change that we need with servant leadership by getting more people into the political process.
All right, I've asked 3 more questions. First one is, what do you think, what do you think is the real major thing that makes a government or a politician who is reluctant to do something decide and make that shift that we are going to do it? What really causes that tipping point? Does he see something, or do they see something what really makes them make that shift?
I think there are 2 forces in this universe, and one is love and one is fear. If you love something, I think you grow. I love gardening, and if you came to my house tonight, you would be able to have fresh okra, fresh tomatoes, and fresh peppers. Now, where did that come from? It comes from my love of the earth. It comes from my grandparents and their grandparents and their grandparents. So it comes from naturally being an African. I love the earth. So love is the greatest, I think, the greatest source of power in this universe. So people who love their job and love what they do will encourage people to want to do the same job. They will encourage people to want to do the same thing. My passion for gardening is now being passed on to my young nieces and nephews, to my family. People often are motivated by fear. They fear the future. They fear themselves. They don't know themselves. They don't know God. They don't know anything about what the world is all about. And so they sometimes just shrink up because they're afraid to go outside of their normal boundaries. And what you see with politicians is that politicians sometimes, they get in office and they make people fear them. Because they're like, well, I have the power. Well, who gave you the power? Your power comes from 2 sources, from God and from the people. That's it. Any other source is immoral. It's wrong. Your power must come from God. God gave us all the power. Or it comes from the people. And that's why the people must never be silent. You must always raise your voice. You must always speak up. As I mentioned earlier, President Biden is in the White House, 3 miles from my house, along with Kamala Harris. We put them there. And when they did not respond to the cries of the people at the border, we spoke up on behalf of the people at the border. And then they spoke up. So that is power. Use the power of the masses. Use the power. That's why you mobilize people. That's why you inspire people. That's why you create a table so that everybody has a seat and everybody will feel inspired to act. So yes, political leaders who turn their backs on the people, they cut themselves off from the power of the people, because you have the power in the next election to say, I love you, but goodbye. Keep your power. Leverage your power. Understand that in a democratic form of government, the power is with the people. The power rests with the people. We, the powerful. And when people do not vote, they essentially give up their power. If you give up your power, then what other source do you have? As I mentioned, the power of the people and the power of God. And we know the power of God. We ain't playing, I'm not playing with it. But I'm saying this, we must keep people engaged, we must keep them organized, and we must inspire them to see the power that they have in themselves and through collective action, from one to many, one to one. As I said in my presentation, one to many or one to one. That's the power we have.
All right. How are we doing? We're getting a lot, right? Yes. Our online viewers, thank you. We're seeing all the comments and all the people thanking Pastor Koji for organizing this. We see you, we hear you. Thank you very much. We still have 3 phenomenal speakers, but just before I go on to that, there's been so much said, and I really do hope that we are creating a vision and we're creating a resolve for what we will do. So many things said about, not just shaking the table, but actually creating tables. And I like what Donna Brazile spoke about, about mobilizing the grassroots, and that you don't stop acting. I think that's really powerful. It doesn't stop at the election. What do you do after that? You never stop acting. Professor Olalea said, he talked about taking the easier path, being a way of growing the monster of laziness. So as you take decisions about what you will do in Nigeria, ask yourself, are you taking the easier path and feeding the monster of laziness? Or are you doing your part to never stop acting? To move us forward, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Feyi Fawahimi. Feyi is a qualified accountant and has worked in the UK's financial services industry across banking, private equity, asset management, and insurance for over 15 years. He is a director at Feyi & Fraser, a company that provides advisory services to Nigerian SMEs covering adoption of cloud accounting systems and automated finance and business processes. He has been writing publicly on Nigerian economic and social affairs for well over a decade, and his writing has appeared in the BBC, Quartz Africa, and several Nigerian newspapers, including a long-running column in Nigeria's Guardian newspapers. Most recently, he has co-written a well-received work of popular Nigerian history titled Formation, the Making of Nigeria from Jihad to Amalgamation. In his spare time, he is a photographer and lives in Hertfordshire, UK, with his wife and 2 sons. Can we give a warm round of applause as I call up to the stage Feyi Fawahimi. Thank you. You can stand up to welcome him.
Thank you very much. You can sit down. It's good to be back home. And interesting this time around. Last week I had to queue to buy fuel in the UK. So maybe when I'm going back this time, I'm thinking of taking a jerry can of diesel as my hand luggage. But yes, a safe place to do risky things. A recipe for growth and innovation. That's the title of my talk today. Okay, I'll start by asking you something. What is this athlete doing? Don't worry, it's not a trick question. It's, what? High jump. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. The athlete is doing a high jump. It's interesting because you saw this thing and it was normal to you. There was nothing strange about it. You've seen it several times, on TV, at the Olympics or anything. But this was not always normal. If you go to now, before 1968, this is what was normal, right? So you jump either doing the scissors style or the straddle style. Before 1968. But then in October 1968, if you go to the next slide, this guy, Dick Fosbury, Richard Dick Fosbury, he popularized what we know now as the Fosbury flop. So the first slide you saw, that was someone doing the Fosbury flop, and it's all normal to you. But when you think about it, it's kind of ridiculous, right? So you are going to scale a high jump, and you go with your back, you jump with your back, and you jump upside down. Completely ridiculous when you think about it. But the reason, in fact, when he did it, at the Mexico 1968 Olympics, that was how he won the gold medal. When he did it, people in the crowd, they actually laughed. And one commentator was saying on TV that he looks like somebody being pushed out of a window. Every time he went, he would first do his, standing on his heels, and the crowd would be laughing. But he won the gold medal with it. Now, the thing with Fosbury was that there was no scientific thing about it, right? He was trying different things before he arrived at this style. But when he finally arrived at this, he found out that this allowed him to jump higher than other styles he was using. He had injured himself, using other styles. But then he finally settled on this. And what was interesting was that back in those days, the landing area for high jump used to be made of wood chips or sawdust. So now you can imagine, if you try and land with your head on sawdust, you're going to injure yourself. But then this guy's school, Dick Fosbury School, they introduced a foam mattress, to their high jump area. And that was what allowed him to try different things until he settled on this. And today, you looked at that style and it was normal to you. So that's how everyone jumps today. That mattress became a safe place for him to do risky things. And that risky thing is now normalized. Nigeria today, the way we are, sometimes if you feel like Nigeria has no new problems, right? It's the same problems over and over again. If you feel that way, it's because it's partly true. I have a friend who collects old newspaper, he collects old magazines and old vinyl records. And he gave me this one recently as a gift. So this is Newswatch, October 14, 1985. Right? IBB had just overthrown Buhari back then. So people were still a bit excited at a new military leader. But I'm just going to read one sentence to you from just one of the articles in this paper. So it's a piece titled The Three Trojan Horses. And it says, so we were discussing the whole IMF debate back then. This is 85. And it says, the three outstanding Trojan horses, otherwise called the IMF conditionalities, which Nigeria has to meet before the loan can be granted are devaluation, trade liberalization, and the removal of petroleum subsidies. 36 years. You can be stuck. A country can be stuck arguing the same things over and over again. You can be in a cycle of the same things over and over again. I mean, there's a chart, I don't know if you can see it on screen, but you start off with good ideas give you good policy gives you good growth, and that is the cycle you want to be in. Unfortunately, if you replace every instance of good in that chart with bad, it's the same thing. Bad ideas, bad policy, bad growth, and on and on. We need a way of breaking out of these cycles as a country so that we are not having the same debates over and over again. We have economic and political deadlocks that don't get resolved. The only time things get resolved, maybe we get lucky. You know, we want to do some things, you know, some external factor happens. Maybe something happens somewhere and the oil price of oil goes up to $100. All of a sudden we are flush with cash, you know, and then we can do some things. But then again, if price of oil crashes, we suffer the consequences. All those things are out of our hands. We cannot control our own destiny in the way we should. There are many books that have been written on innovation. There are several definitions of innovation and things why you should have innovation. I'll just pick the select few that I want to talk about. You know, first of all, my favorite definition of innovation is that it is not really about inventing something new. It is often about combining existing resources in a different way. One of the best examples of this is James Watt. So, you know, is one of the most popular people when it comes to the story of the Industrial Revolution. You know, in 1763, the University of Glasgow asked them to come and help them repair an engine. That engine had been invented about 50 plus years by another inventor, you know, and he was asked to come and fix it. So while he was trying to fix it, the engine didn't work. While he was trying to fix it, he realized that about 75% of the steam produced by that engine was just being wasted. And he then realized that, okay, a way to fix this might be, he introduced a new condenser to collect that steam. And that was it. Today, there's a university that has his name on it. There's a statue of him. He's far more famous than the original inventor of the engine that he repaired. And that change that he made became one of the biggest triggers of the Industrial Revolution that has made so many countries in the West rich today. It was a recombination of the existing resources to make things more efficient. Innovation helps us bring costs down. You know, if you check, everyone here has a mobile phone now in their pockets. It's not because we could not have a mobile phone 30, 40 years ago. Most mobile phones in your pocket today, they are like mini computers. 30, 40 years ago, you could have had a mini computer in your pocket, but it would have been something only the rich could have afforded. Because of all the different parts. But as we move forward, as we innovate, we make things better. Now, anyone, even in a village, in a poor country, can have a mobile phone. And that's what innovation does. It is still the same things. It is still, you still have a screen, you still have buttons, you still have chips inside of it, but we are combining them in a different way to allow us bring those costs down and make them affordable for more people. Sometimes when we're stuck in a cycle, you know, and I mentioned this earlier, you are in a cycle because you are glued to an old system. Innovation is a way that can help you break out of it. We are now an economy that is dependent on oil, as everyone says. Even if the wider economy is not dependent, but at least the federal government of Nigeria is dependent on oil. The day oil stops being something you can sell for a lot of dollars, it will not be because oil has finished in the ground. The oil will be there, but everyone would have moved on to something else. Coal. There's still coal in so many places, but you see, people are moving on to something else. Innovation is the thing that can break you away from that past you are wedded to when you can't do it yourself. Innovation can help us promote social mobility. That is the fact that you are born in one part of society, but you are not stuck there. If you are born poor, that you have the opportunity to move out of poverty and to move into a different social class other than the one you were born in. Because it allows low-skilled people to gain additional skills. So imagine a job that requires no skills, and you know, no offense to anyone, but just imagine that a job, say, you are employed to do just stacking a shelf. That's it. You know, nothing complicated. Just take this thing from here and put that there. Someone doing that job in an innovative society, compared with someone doing it in a non-innovative society, they will have very, very different skills. Even if the person in an innovative society might need to gain additional skills of stock checking, you know, how to use a computer, how to use a scanner, that sort of thing. But in a non-innovative society, it might just be physical effort. All you are doing is just using your power to carry things from one place to the other, and you don't know anything about how anything else works. Innovation allows us to give the low skilled in our society additional skills beyond the skills they require for their job. If you are in a society where some people are always rich and some people are always poor, the poor can work very, very hard, but they cannot rise out of their station. They cannot get rich. The rich can make so many mistakes. They can do so many things wrong, and they'll still remain rich. That is a society where you have found a way to block innovation. Because if somebody is poor, if they work hard, they should be able to rise up beyond that. And if you are rich, it goes the other way too. If you are rich, if you are profligate, you waste money, you should be able to fall out of being rich and suffer the consequences of your actions. Those are the kind of things that innovation does for us. People like to talk about China a lot, so we're going to go to China now. But people like to talk about China a lot. And one of the things that we want to say first is that when it comes to China, what you see China doing today is not what has made China what it is today. Just say that again. What you see China doing today is not what has made China what it is today. Policies take time, right? So if you see what China is today, an amazing growth story, the greatest growth story in human history. The policies that led to that are things that happened quite a while ago. So if you want to understand how China got to where it is today, then what you should do is you should look back a bit in time. Don't copy what they are doing now. What they are doing now, it might be good, it might be bad, but we don't know yet. The results will come in the future. Shenzhen, a city that began as a safe place to do risky things. In 1980, this was a fishing village, 30,000 people. It now has more billionaires than London. And between 1980 and 2016, the GDP of Shenzhen grew by 22% per annum. That is an astonishing rate. What that means is that every 3 years, the economy of Shenzhen was doubling. Every 3 years, the size of the economy was doubling. The companies based in Shenzhen now file more international patents than those in France or Britain. From this village of 30,000 people in 1980, it is now the youngest metropolis in China and the richest city per capita GDP in the country, depending on which measurement you decide to use. It has 8,000 cameras per square mile. I like that one. The highest in the world. I took this picture myself. I quite like it. I took it on the 95th floor of one of the buildings in Shenzhen, and it's not even the tallest building there. Skyscrapers as far as the eye can see. Some of those companies listed there, these are just some of I just selected a few sample of companies that are based in Shenzhen. Huawei, everyone knows Huawei. Foxconn, they make iPhones. They employ millions of people. Tencent, for all of that. DJI, the drone maker. And not everything in Shenzhen, just for balance, not everything in Shenzhen is good. So if you've been listening to the news, you might have heard of a company called Evergrande, which is blowing up with $300 billion of debt. They are also based in Shenzhen. But one of my favorite companies is Ping An. I work in the insurance industry now, and Ping An is an amazing company. This company began in 1988 in Shenzhen by simply providing insurance to trucks. So the trucks that were moving between different parts of the country and the city to the port, they were insuring them at different points in time. Today, that company employs 110,000 people in its technology department, not the whole company. Technology department employs 110,000 people. This is an insurance company. There are 3,000 scientists employed in that department. It was the first Chinese company to experiment with a shareholding structure. Today is the most valuable insurance company by market capitalization in the world, well over $240 billion, and it has over 200 million customers. Shenzhen was the example of Shenzhen shows us how we should try out things that are too risky to try out on a mass scale. Now, for some context, so in 1976, Chairman Mao, who was the larger-than-life leader of China, had died. Right? He had made so many mistakes. While as leader, they had the Great Leap Forward, which killed so many people, the famine, and then they had the Cultural Revolution, where he was trying to cover up his own mistakes, and he just basically set the country on fire. And then he died. Now, you might think that the need for change is obvious, and this is a lesson that we have to learn. You might think that the need for change is obvious, but how to make that change is not always clear, and people will not always agree. So you had China, the leadership in China was now divided into two. There were people who believed that Mao was correct, and the only way, and that what we should do now is to continue his policies, but maybe better. And there were other people in another camp who believed that these policies were wrong. We need to move in a different direction. Deadlock. Now, there is nothing that says China could not still be having that same debate till today. But the way they broke out of that deadlock was by creating this safe place to try out new things. Deng Xiaoping, who was the leader who took over later from Mao, what he did was he then decided that let us create a new place to test out some radical ideas that if we try them on a national scale, wahala will start. And then they chose places like Shenzhen. Things might be bad in a country or a society, but when you decide on how to change it, you will realize that there are many reasons why some people might want those things to continue as they are. And it's not always because they are bad. Of course, there are people who are corrupt, who want things to continue as they are because they are benefiting from it. But it's not always that. I mean, look at this chart, right? So I got this chart from the wonderful guys at Seest Business. If you haven't checked out their website, they provide some of the best content, economic content on Nigeria. And this chart is showing us the growing state of unemployment in Nigeria. So we start off in Q4 2014, and it ends in Q4 2020. And you can see the direction it's going. It is not because somebody has not been trying to do something to stop this in that time. But the problem gets worse. Now, if you come in and say, oh, you just looked at the chart. Unemployment is getting worse, it's getting bad. Let's change everything. Some people will take offense that you are trying to say all our efforts mean nothing. They have been trying. It didn't work. It might be because they have bad ideas, but they are genuinely trying. So when you run into this is kind of things that create deadlock. Right? So they will resist you. Not because they don't want change, but because they disagree with the way you want to change. Or foreign exchange in Nigeria, one of our favorite topics in this country. We all agree Nigeria does not have enough forex. Hence why the Naira exchange rate keeps worsening over time. We all agree on that one. However, how do we get more foreign exchange into the country? All hell lets loose. Some people will say, let us crack down on the demand for dollars. Let us stop people from importing. Let us ban imports so that people will stop demanding dollars and then the Naira will be under less pressure. Some other people will say that let us liberalize things. That even though things might get bad a bit initially, but it will stabilize. Anybody who has dollars, bring it in, state your price, and anybody who wants dollars will buy it. We cannot agree. It's not easy to reach an agreement on which way to go. So we are stuck. Safe places help us to break the deadlock when we find ourselves having those same debates over and over again. And we should always think about, the reason why we need safe places, when we think about what is happening or what is not happening because of the way we are. Nigeria, we have, our land laws are very, very interesting, to put it mildly. Some years ago, the guy who was the, Surveyor General of the nation, he said that less than 5% of landowners, not Nigerians, landowners have proper papers for their land. less than 5% of the people who have land. We're not even talking about people who don't have land. They have proper papers for their land. And because of the way we have built our land system, we now have a situation, you will see things manifest, so many manifestations of this problem. We overinvest in security. Because if you buy land and you don't fence it, somebody will cut your land. So, in a country where property building, construction is already high, we're already higher than India, South Africa, so many other countries, you now have to include the cost of security, which raises the cost further. You cannot build a house now without fencing it. But it's when you go to other countries, you realize that actually people can build houses without fencing. So we overinvest in security. Or when you see a property in this country and you see this house is not for sale on it, that is telling you that you are living in a country where somebody can sell property that does not belong to them. It is an amazing thing because there's no way to verify. Somebody can pose in front of a house and say the house is his own, and you will go through the process and you will sell. It has happened before. The land does not belong to him, the house does not belong, but he sold it. So these are the ways in which our bad policies manifest. We get by, I mean, the country is not going to collapse because we have bad land laws. We get by day to day. But when we want to think of safe spaces, a safe place, we should think of what is currently happening and what we cannot do. I work in insurance. There is a limit to how much insurance investment you can have in a country where, you know, the land laws are unstable and everything goes up to only 99 years. An insurance company has to think longer than that, especially if you're selling life insurance. Where do we put safe places when we want to do risky things? Right? Experiments, sorry, the next slide. Experiments have a high chance of failure. That's by definition. So you have to be careful where you locate your safe places. Now that map, you know, look at Beijing is obviously where the capital is, where all the political leaders in China are. But Shenzhen, look at where it is, down by the coast, 2,000 kilometers from the capital. If you put a site for experiment in the capital, in the middle of where everyone can see it, the big risk you have is that if that experiment fails, people will take the wrong lesson from it. And that lesson is that we should not be doing experiments anymore. But experiments, you have to do many. You have to do so many of them. Thomas Edison, he did 50,000 experiments, him and his staff, before they finally got to the killer one, the killer app as they call it. So locating your safe places, you don't want to put it where all eyes can see it. Creating that place where you can carry out experiments. In China, when they needed Shenzhen, what they were doing in Shenzhen, one of the things they were experimenting with different ideas, things that were too crazy for the whole country to roll out initially. You also have to disguise what you are doing, as if need be, because the people who don't like things, who don't want you to change things, will get very, very upset and sabotage you. You know, today, everywhere you go in the world, you hear of special economic zones. But when the Chinese did it, the reason they called it special was because they wanted to hide what they were doing. Special, almost in quotes. You know, that we are doing something special here, just to make everyone look away. And, you know, a decade ago, they wanted to try out more reforms. And they called the zone more special economic zone. One safe place is also not enough. They started off with 4. Today I'm focusing on Shenzhen because the others are, while they did well to varying degrees, they are not as popular. Shenzhen is the amazing story, you know, but if they imagine they only did 1. If they only did 1, if that one failed, that was it. And if you need a biblical guidance, Ecclesiastes 11:2. Many versions say you should do 7 or 8. But divide your investments among many places, for you do not know what risk may lie ahead. What is a safe place? Sometimes it's good to define it by what it is not. It's not a place where you are going to enforce the rules rigorously. Because you have a country, you have rules, things are not working, you are in a deadlock. So you want to carve out this space where the original rules that got you into trouble don't really apply. Because if you start carrying your rules where you already are, then take them to that new place, you are just repeating the same thing over and over again. It is not just a special economic zone. I can't stress this enough. There are over 4,000 special economic zones across the world. Many of them are failures. In some countries, even like customs will sabotage it for you because they will think that this is a place that is going to take away our power. You know, we are not charging custom fees or custom duties in that place, and then, you know, it becomes a tough war. That's not what it is. It is a place for where you want to try out things that are not possible elsewhere. And it's not just about spending on research and development. If you are somebody that if you are the man with the money, like, and people know that you don't like this thing, you don't like one particular thing, and then you give out money for research, they will not do that thing you don't like. So your research is just going to be prepared. You are spending money on research, but it's just going to be giving you the answers you already want to hear. It's beyond that. It is a site for experimentation, freedom to do the things you cannot currently do in the wider society, the wider organization, the wider culture. One point I forgot to mention in terms of locating where you should locate your safe place. Now, you know, when you read the story of the reform era in China, the reform and opening up period in 1978 and thereafter, you know, there was one guy who, his name comes up all the time. He was one of the people who was very anti-reform. His name was Chen Yun. Now, this guy, he wasn't a bad person. He wasn't a thief. He just believed that the method under Mao, what they were doing was the correct way, and they just needed to do it better. So he used to oppose reforms for that reason. And he was an elderly man. But you know, something I noticed when you read several accounts of that period was that he said he never visited Shenzhen. And my conclusion is that the place was too far for him to go to. If he had gone there and he had seen it, that might have given him more energy to oppose things again. He was an old man back in those days. 2,000 kilometers. It's not today where you have the fast trains in China, you know, or even airlines. To get there, it would have taken you days. If you find yourself in charge of what kind of person can be a promoter and a defender of a safe place? You have to make yourself someone that's easy to deal with. That's the first thing. You know, there's no way, there's nothing else. There's no alternative to this. Risk-taking is not natural to people. We have to understand that. So you must encourage people to take risk. You must encourage them, push them. You must see it as your own duty to protect those safe places until they can stand on their own. Sometimes, and this is critical, you have to protect them from yourself. You know, in 1989, we're all familiar, in China, students had been mobilizing and protesting, and eventually it ended up with Tiananmen Square, where the military cracked down on students and killed some of them. You know, they had been complaining about so many different things in China, and they wanted reforms. Now, Deng Xiaoping, who was the one who started the reforms, he was the one who also gave the order to crack down on the students. But what then happened after that was that what we in Nigeria, what we call body language. You know, the people in government, the regulators, the enforcers, everything, they took that as a signal that we should start cracking down on any kind of reform. And then that put places like Shenzhen under threat. People wanted to shut it down. Now, at this point in time, Deng Xiaoping was no longer really president. It's like one state in Nigeria, I won't mention their name. You know, they have a governor, and they have governor emeritus. So he was kind of like president emeritus at that point in time. He was 88 years old. He realized what was going on, that, these are the consequences of my own actions. So what did he do? Nobody knew where he was going. He carried some members of his family, he got on a train, and then he went down to Shenzhen, and then he started giving speeches. It was when he got there, people realized what he was doing. And he became known as the legendary Southern Thor. And one of the things he said was, whoever is against reform must leave office. And he said that to the army. A veiled threat. So saying, yes, I was the one who said we should crack down on the protesters, but I'm not saying the crackdown should continue to these places. So he came out to defend those places against his own actions, against himself. You will find yourself in that position if you are in charge of a safe place, because you are responsible not just for that safe, but for the wider country, where you must come out to defend them. A lot of unapproved things are going to happen in safe places. You have to hold your nerve, because it is by definition a site for experimentation. When something you are not expecting happens, you are not going to take that as a sign to shut it down. You also need articulate defenders, people who can defend. Don't go and put just anybody, who doesn't really understand what is going on as the spokesperson for that. When people start asking questions, the person will just say anything, and then people will just say, what are these people doing here? What's going on here? So, the new normal in China. And I love this chart very much. So what happened in Shenzhen? It was the new policies that were tested. Things like the hukou. The hukou is a system in China whereby if you are born in a village, you are a peasant. A label like that, and you have certain rights, which is the collective property rights. If you are born in the urban area, you have a different right, and that follows you. So you need a visa within China to cross from the rural area to the urban area. Now this system obviously has problems. You can tell it has problems, but in a country of almost 1 billion people, if you just remove it overnight, you don't know what's going to happen. So if you are in an urban area, for example, you get subsidized housing, and it determines how you get education, where you can get healthcare, and where you can get so many things. So Shenzhen became a site where they tested out reforms to that system. So in this small village, anybody could come there. They didn't enforce it. They gradually removed all the restrictions and just tested it out. And over time, that idea, when it was tested over time, it spread across China. Things like competing for investments. Today it might sound normal, it might sound pretty, but back then it wasn't. Land reforms, tax reforms, all those things, they tried them out in places like Shenzhen. And look at this, this Chinese scholar called Jen Wang, he put this chart together. You can see in 1980, you don't even see the red. You can just see the red is at the bottom of the coast, which is where Shenzhen and the other places were. And then over time, those ideas began to spread. Things that worked in those places moved out until we get to 2006, where it has pretty much covered the whole country. In fact, one of my favorite stories about this idea of competing for investment that is so normalized in China today is a story of a city called Xi'an. This city was running out of space to site new industries. And they were competing for investment with other cities. And the leader of this city raised $2 billion to blow up mountains. They leveled the mountains. And in one of those sites, Volvo built a plant there. And they defended the action saying, we didn't have land. And this is what we needed to do. And we did it. That's how far, an idea that began in a backwater in 1980 is now normalized across the country. I have 3 illustrations where I want to talk about how we can lower the cost of building safe places and the kind of places we should be thinking about for our safe places in a country like Nigeria. And I'll use this with 3 stories. The first one is our universities. A gene is a piece of DNA that sends instructions to the body to produce proteins. Those proteins then give us what we might call our phenotype. So your phenotype is your characteristics as a human being that can be observable. I can see. I can't see your genes, those are like codes in your body, but I can see your phenotype. So I can see that you're light-skinned, I can see your hair is thick, or you have, just the way your natural characteristics manifest. So in 1990, something called the Human Genome Project started. And the whole idea was basically to map genotype, which is the constitution of the body, how all the genes you have in your body, to phenotype. So we can pinpoint, say, these genes is what is leading to this characteristics that we see. Over 20,000 genes were mapped with that, and the project was mostly completed by 2003. Now, what was interesting was that there were two concurrent parts of the project. So a private company ran one, they did some mapping, and then the HGP, the Human Genome Project, also did one. This was publicly funded, and it was done by a network of 20 universities and different organizations. So this American scholar, Heidi Williams, she went and did some research and said, tested them. The ones we did in the private sector and the one we did in the public sector, what was the outcome? And what she found was that the R&D on the private sector, on the cellular one, they were 30% lower than those on the Human Genome Project, the public one. There were 40% more publications on the public one than the private one. And there were 40% fewer uses for diagnostics of the private one than the public one. We will not always have this choice where we can say, where do we situate what we call basic research? Things like this are the basic research. Now, that research is not something that's going to heal anybody. But a pharmaceutical company can then build on top of that. So you can imagine a family, say, sickle cell or cystic fibrosis, which we know is a genetic disease. In 1970, it killed somebody in the family. And then 20, 30 years later, it killed his son. And then 20, 30 years later, it killed his grandson. The Human Genome Project will help us identify the gene that is causing this thing, and almost with the touch of a button, you can delete that gene. And you will scientifically delete what your Bible calls Ogun. Yeah, that's what it is. You'll be able to take that away from that family, and it doesn't happen anymore. When we have a choice or an option of where we want to put our basic research, we should do it in our public institutions, in our universities. We are wasting our universities by not doing this. My next example is private companies. What should private companies do? George Mitchell, he is popularly called the father of fracking in America. His parents were goat herders from Greece. They came to America as immigrants, and over time he built up a real estate business, and he had a lot of money. But everyone knew in America that the Barnett Shale, a kind of formation in America, had a lot of gas in it. The question was, how do we get that gas out of it? And fracking, obviously, is the way you pump water and all kinds of liquids into it to fracture the rock, just to open the rock a bit. Once you pump it at a high pressure, the rock opens a bit, and then the gas starts to seep out, and then you collect the gas. But the challenge they were having was, what kind of chemicals can we use? How can we do it? They tried everything. There's this particular beans called guar from India. They tried that, they used that, mixed it with so many different things. But George Mitchell kept funding this thing. He was making money from other things, but he kept funding it. And then there was one young boy, 31-year-old, Nick Steinberger, just one day after they had tried all many different kinds of things. And this is the funny thing about luck. You've tried everything and then you get lucky. One day, they were running out of there, and he just realized that they had made a mistake with the way they had, the liquid they were using. But the gas was coming out. After spending $250 million over 16 years, they finally got gas out of that. One day in 1997. And then at the age of 78, in his old age, George Mitchell became a billionaire. If you are the leader of a private company and you have stable income, that is the time when you should be thinking of creating a safe place. Nigerian banks, you can predict their income. Government bonds, all this kind of stuff. They do the same thing over and over again. You need to then carve out a place to try out risks. This is the responsibility for private companies in this whole equation. Even in a church, your tithes is stable. your offerings are stable, everything is predictable. You need to then start to think of carving out a space where things are not predictable. My last example, government. What should government do? These days, whenever I go out back in the UK, electric cars are everywhere on the road. In fact, now you can almost not recognize them. The only way you tell is when you see the front grille is covered, because an electric car doesn't need air to go in to cool any engine. Right? So they're everywhere. Every major car maker has his own electric car now. Mercedes, BMW, Skoda, everybody. They're all over the place. In 2008, the US was going through, obviously, we now know what we call the credit crunch, the financial crisis today. It was a panic period. The economy was teetering on the brink. Things were blowing up everywhere. So the government came up with an emergency economic stabilization act. This was a bailout. But yet, when you look in that bailout document, if you go deep down, section 205, you'll find something interesting. Incentives for electric car makers. What does electric cars have to do with financial crisis? It didn't need to be there. But somebody was thinking, even in the middle of a crisis, somebody was thinking about shaping the future. And when you look at the incentives in there, at first glance, it just looks normal, like if you do this. But what was interesting was that the incentives were given based on weight of the vehicle. Why? In an electric car, batteries are everything. The batteries, they weigh a lot. Today, an electric SUV can weigh 1 ton. They are very heavy, which is why if you are going to have an electric car making factory, you cannot be importing the batteries from another place. So wherever battery factories are sited, electric cars will be sited very near it. Now, if you are putting heavy cars on the road, that will lead to various other kinds of problems. You damage the road and all that. So what that thing did, what that incentive did in that document was it lowered the incentives you get as the car gets heavier. A signal to battery makers that we need you to reduce the size of the batteries you are making, to speed it up, to do experiments. Make sure you can get that down to a smaller size. And when you do that, obviously, electric cars can then become, they can become mainstream. Today, General Motors just announced a new type of battery a few months ago, where the innovation in it is that they've removed all the wires in it. It might be a small amount, but that saves some weight. That is the thing now. And in 2008, that was what the US government did. Several governments across the world did it. This is how a government can shape the future. The future is a theoretical idea. The government can help to make it physical. Governments don't always get it right. They make a lot of mistakes, but they have a powerful say in how the future turns out. I always get upset when I see the way we do incentives in Nigeria. So many times we see like, you just give somebody, say, okay, we want this industry in Nigeria. Okay, first step, we ban the importation of the thing. And we want it to be produced in Nigeria. Okay, fine. What does the future look like? What do you want the future to be? You can't just give incentives and you need to shape what the future outcome is and using the power of government. What's the alternative? Apologies, I've run out of time, but what's the alternative we have? I love this quote by Joel Moker, professor of economics. He says, progress happens when we resolve to bring it about. Safe places do not fall from the sky. They are created by human beings here. The places that will help us change the future of this country. Whatever Nigeria chooses to do, there will be safe places in other countries. Nobody will wait for us. Experiments will continue to be carried out. Maybe we might become beneficiaries. Maybe they invent something somewhere and we benefit from it. Or they invent something somewhere that profoundly disturbs us as a country. Where we have something we are relying on for revenue, for an industry, and then somebody just invents something elsewhere that completely changes that. And then we're in trouble. We are running up and down, trying to ban that thing from coming into the economy. We should be determined to have a say in our own destiny. We should not just be a place that history is always happening to. we should control and shape our future as much as we can as a country. There is no alternative. And we can do this by creating safe places all around the country where we can do these risky things that will change the country. Thank you for listening to me. Before I go, my publisher, she will kill me if I come here and I don't plug my book in front of a national and global audience. So, Formation has been out for a year now. So far, so good. Nobody has said we told a big lie or a small lie in it, and people have liked it. And look at what Barack Obama said about it. Formation is an amazing book. I highly recommend it to everyone, including myself, as I've not read it yet. He didn't say that, he didn't say that, please. Please don't quote me. Nigeria, what seest thou? And thank Gbemi kindly allowed me to use her photo. It was a very nice photo, I liked it. Nigeria, what seest thou? I pray that this country becomes a place where 1,001 safe places can bloom, can rise up from this country. The places that will change the future of this country, where will spark the innovation for the future, so that our children do not meet this same country as we are, as we see it now. So that 40 years from now, we're not having the same arguments, the same debates. I pray that we can have those safe places to bloom in this country. And if God is so merciful, I pray that He allows it to happen in our own lifetimes.
And indeed, safe spaces and safe places do not fall from the sky. They are created by us all. That was a quote from the presentation by Faye Fawemi, who talked about doing risky things in safe places. A very powerful presentation on innovation. This is the platform panel, and you're still watching the platform. We've had two amazing sessions back to back. We had Ms. Donna Brazile and Faye Fawemi, and right now we're going to go into a special time here at the panel. I'm sure you can see that we have a new person with us. She is Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji, the chairman of the Covenant Community Groups. Now, you've been watching promos, right, where you've been seeing people talk about joining these groups that are changing lives and how they joined this group that was changing their lives. I'm just some of you are wondering, what is this all about? That is why you are here to tell us.
Okay.
You're welcome to Platform Panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and happy Independence, Nigeria. So in a nutshell, there's no word that can summarize what the Covenant Community Group is about. It is phenomenal. It's a platform where, as a person, you build your social capital. It's a platform where you meet people of like minds, people that have similar interests with you. And what you find out is that when people come together and they have one purpose, one vision, shared similar values, there's a release of energy. In finance, I'm a financial consultant, and in finance, you call that synergy. You meet people that motivate you. You meet people that inspire you. You meet people that challenge you to your goals. Life can be indeed hard, and that's what the community groups is about. It's about, our mantra is, don't do life alone. Life can be hard. The community group is where you find your support structure, where you find people that support you, people that hold you accountable to the things that you want to achieve, people that support you. So we have over 50 groups, we have 54 groups. So no matter the stage, the circumstance that you are, there's a community group for everyone.
Mr. A, I know you want to ask her a question.
Oh. So I suppose my first question, you said something that was really striking.
Okay.
All right. And you talked about building your social capital and networks. Now, this is not often associated with, should I say, Christian activities. Okay. So how does that work?
Okay.
All right, and how do people actually achieve that?
Okay, thank you very much. I will start by saying that the community group is powered by the Covenant Nation. But the remarkable thing is it is open to everyone, whether you are a TCN member or whether you are not a member of the Covenant Nation. Now, what we mean by social capital, when you pray to God, God doesn't come down to answer your prayers. He sends people to you, all right? These people provide you with information. They provide you with resources that you need to achieve your goals. So social capital is about networking, it's about relationship building, it's about bonding with people, because these are the people that will help you to achieve your objectives.
Excellent.
Well, a lot of professionals, what they complain about is they don't have time, they have to attend a lot of meetings. These community groups, do they meet physically? Is it virtual? What type of people come and talk to people there? How do they draw the network of people they meet? How do they break the ice after doing that?
All right, thank you. That's a very good question. So for every group, there's always an objective. So when you come into the group, the first thing we'll ask you at the first week is, what are you here to achieve? How do you want us to engage with you? So it's not that we have a template already about, oh, this is how we want to serve you. We come to know what you want to achieve. We start by wanting to know what your needs are and how we can support you in achieving your goals. So many people as corporate professionals, I understand how busy we can be, but you can't be too busy to network. If all you do in your week, you're not spending at least 5% of your time meeting new people, networking, building relationships, investing in people, you will find out that at the end of your career, you would not have gone as far as you could have been, if you had done networking, if you had invested in people. So in terms of how do we meet, we have physical meetings. When the group says, oh, let's meet physically, let's bond, but mostly we do most of our sessions virtually. We have people that come, talk to us, share their experiences. We do book reviews. We play. We have games, just to build and bond amongst ourselves. Honestly, there's no better place to be than to register for the Covenant community groups. Registration is ongoing now, and it closes on the 3rd of October. We are going to be having a roadshow to close registration. You can log on to www.tcncovenantcommunitygroups.org to register. And I can assure you that it's going to be an amazing experience for you. I mean, I've been in the group since 2019, and I can't count how many things, that have been impacted in my life. As a parent, I've been impacted. I've learned to be a better parent. As a spouse, I've learned so many things about, effective communication. As a professional, I'm a better professional just because of the people that I have met and the information that I've been able to get from the Covenant community groups.
Thank you so much. And just as we've been seeing, you have 54 plus groups, yes, open to everyone at home and abroad. Absolutely. So whether you are watching from the diaspora and you're wondering, how do I join this group? It's only for those in Nigeria. There are groups for those. Talk about that. Okay,
thank you very much, Mrs. O. We have a community in the diaspora. We know that for people in the diaspora, their challenges are different from those of us that are here in Nigeria. You need, you want to know about parenting, you want to know how to invest, what kind of investments you should embark on as someone living abroad. You want to know about parenting, you want to know about, networking with people. Most of us are relocating to Canada. You want to know, what should I be doing as I immigrate? We have a diaspora group. We are all over the world. We have, we have community groups everywhere in the world. So wherever you are, we have people in China. We have, I can't begin to mention all the countries where we are present. But wherever you are, there's a community group to support you. The diaspora group is a very big community, and I'm encouraging everyone to join so that you can meet fellow Nigerians abroad, and you can continue to live the Nigerian dream as well, wherever it is we are.
Thank you so much, Laika, for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the link is
www.tcncovenantcommunitygroups.org.
You've been seeing it on the screen, and you see the promo again, it will flash again. Trust me, this is one of the best decisions that you can make. We all need support. life is intense, and these groups give you intellectual support, spiritual support, mental support, emotional support. Literally, I'm not joking. All support that you need. www.tcncovenantcommunitygroups.org. And right now, we've listened to 4 powerful sessions. I know we couldn't go into the session of Donna Brazile and Feifa. I mean, we'll come back to talk about those sessions. We need to go now to listen to our last 2 speakers. So just 2 more amazing speakers to end today's session of the platform. We'll be going back into the hall now to have those 2 sessions. And once we return, we will then wrap up what has been a very enlightening, informative, and inspiring time here at the platform today.
All right, welcome back. We're moving right along, but just before that, you've been hearing about the community groups, and it is deliberate. A lot of the things that we're hearing here, you know, you're listening, you're creating a vision, and then you wonder, how can you act? What do you need to do? Joining a community group gives you a platform. It gives you a safe place to try out things. We saw the Politics 101 group, and what some people were able to do from that. So it is deliberate. So, you know, consider the community groups. It's a way that you can act and you can move forward even from the platform. So I'm going to be introducing our next speaker, Samuel Egube. Samuel Egube, yes, please clap. Samuel Egube holds an executive master's degree in business administration from the prestigious International School of Management, IESE, University of Navarra, Barcelona, having initially held a bachelor's degree in engineering with a second-class upper division in civil engineering from the University of Benin. He is a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration, FICA, an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, a corporate member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a registered member of the Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, and an honorary senior member of Chartered Institute of Bankers. He has attended various local and international courses, including management leadership programs at IESE, INSEAD, Wharton, and Columbia Business School. He has significant experience in various sectors of the economy, including banking, business consulting, construction and engineering, training, and public speaking. These experiences were acquired in very strong institutions that include Arthur Andersen and Company, now KPMG Professionals in Nigeria, United Bank for Africa, UBA, NMB International Bank, First Bank of Nigeria, Diamond Bank, where he left as a corporate banking director. He was chairman and is a member of several company boards, mainly in the financial, engineering, construction, advisory, and media services sectors of the economy. He has also served as an advisor in the Expert in Residence program of the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos, until he was appointed in August 2019 as the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budgets for Lagos State, where he currently serves. Samuel Egube is the author of several books in the inspirational and self-help genres. He is happily married to Edith Egube, and they have 2 lovely children, David and Elizabeth. Can we give a round of applause as I bring up to the stage Samuel Egube. You're welcome.
Thank you. Please, you can have your seat. I would just like to say thank you very much, Pastor Poju, for inviting me. Thank you for the entire thoughts right around the platform and the impact that the platform has continued to have. It's difficult to talk about my learning experience without talking about the impact that Pastor Poju has had on me personally. So I'm quite happy to be part of this, and I'd like to wish Nigeria a very, very happy anniversary. Today I will be sharing some thoughts around citizens' participation for national development. And sorry, I just want to solve a few problems. Okay. Okay. And basically, one of the things we need to be talking about today is basically the cultivation of citizens' partnership as we move on in the development of our nation. And it's very possible that sometimes we forget the role that the citizen plays in the development of nations. We believe that our nation is developed largely by different kinds of resources that we have, and we do not pay attention to the human resource that converts all of these resources into value for Nigeria. Nigeria has huge potentials to become a very global powerhouse. It has natural endowments, the largest oil producer in Africa, second largest in crude oil production, in terms of reserves, in Africa, and the 9th largest proven gas reserve in the world. And one would have thought that all of these natural endowments will place us in the same position where we are as per natural endowment in the Committee of Nations as we develop. But on the other side, we find out that we have a very young and diverse growing population, over 200 million people, 7th most populous country in the world. 65% of the population are less than 25 years old. And I think that is the biggest value proposition that we have in the world. So if we see that we are 61 years and counting, 22 years of uninterrupted democracy, it is something to really be proud about. But the challenge all the time will be, how do we convert all of this into value for Nigeria? And if you look through countries that have started with similar positions like us, you will see that if you look at South Korea, we look at Singapore, you will see that from 1990 up to date, Singapore has grown its GDP per capita almost times 5. If you look at South Korea, you see that South Korea has also grown by times 5 within that period. And then Nigeria has only grown by times 2. And it's important to know what is actually driving this growth. So if we look at the next slide and try to take a study at Singapore a little bit more, you will see that Singapore itself, starting in 1965, was a small market with very high levels of unemployment. 70% of its household lived in overcrowded conditions like slums, and 50% of the population were illiterate. Fast forward to 2021, you will find that they are now 4th highest per capita GDP in the world in terms of purchasing power parity. They are the world's 2nd busiest port and one of the busiest airports in the world, ranked number 7 in a row, 7-year row globally. Now, when you say they are the busiest port, clearly if you given their population, you know that they are not just serving Singapore, because they basically position themselves in Asia to open up the Asian market and become a hub. They are the leading financial center in Asia and hub for various kinds of foreign trade and investment. And then let's look at South Korea. South Korea, before 1960, was the poorest country in the world following the war, with a per capita GDP of 79. And at that time, you could actually say their per capita GDP was 79 naira, right? So it's not at today's exchange rate. It was an agrarian economy that depended very heavily on foreign aid. Unskilled, semi-skilled population with no education at all, only about 22% literacy. So not too far. In fact, I think we were further than they were in the 60s. But when you fast forward, you find out that South Korea currently is the 4th largest economy in Asia, one of the most diversified economy, and have moved it through industrialization, modern technology, and an export-led economy. It's ranked the most innovative country in the world regarding technology, and is known to have the fastest internet speed and quality. But you'll find that one thing that is common to all of them in terms of their development is the fact that their participation and what they do in terms of e-participation. And what is e-participation? It actually measures the provision of information by government to citizens, interaction with stakeholders, and engagement in decision making. In other words, citizens' participation was at the heart of their economy. And it's important that we really take that into consideration, because when we look generally at what we represent as a country, one of the things you find is that we tend to forget the role, really, that the citizen plays in governance. And that role is very, very germane. We see that we neglect what people are. We do not pay the kind of regard we need to pay to our citizens. And that presents a very big challenge to us. And when you look at it very critically, you find out that there are certain assumptions and certain myths that actually stand against this belief. I call them fallacy, and there are several, but I will mention just a few. 3 of those fallacies I would like to talk about is the fallacy around tribalism. It is the idea that your tribe or people that belongs to your kin and kinfolk, if you put them around you, it will aid you in succeeding. And that is a big fallacy. And I will show that a bit. The second thing you find is the lack of transparency and accountability. And it comes from the idea that when you are transparent and accountable, you expose yourself as government to your enemies. In other words, your enemies are likely to pick up things around you, and they are going to attack you for the purpose of transparency. This is also a fallacy because it assumes that you have more enemies in the nation for you than you have those people that are on your side. And in fact, it assumes that the population is not particularly interested in development, but they are interested basically in attacking you as a government. And so you then pursue a strategy of lack of transparency and accountability. The third fallacy is that government knows best. It's an attitude. And one of the speakers called it a proud attitude of government. In other words, it's the idea that the citizens are dull, they are not intelligent, they cannot articulate, and therefore you do not include them in decision making. What that means is that if they come into the decision making, they are more likely to spoil your plans. They are more likely to redirect your plans into a direction that you did not plan for. Let's look a little bit at tribalism. And you will find that we've had, let's just give an example of 3 presidents which we've had. Olusegun Obasanjo from Ogun State, Western region, Goodluck Jonathan from Bayelsa State, Southern Region. And we currently have Buhari from Katsina State, Northern Region. And they've done several things for Nigeria, right? But one claim you cannot really hold is that their respective regions have benefited in a differential way from the rest of Nigeria from their being president. And the truth is that once you come into a position of authority or into a position of what I would call responsibility, really your tribe no longer kicks in. I do not think that the Minister of Labor is currently thinking about what is happening in Anambra. He's concerned about labor issues of national proportions. And so that's why it's a fallacy to think that tribe plays a significant role in your success, in your security. And in my book on relationships and value proposition, one of the things that is clear is that relationships are value-driven. And it is the value or the production that you bring to the table that forces your role in that relationship. And therefore, by continually protecting issues around tribe, we miss out in the very important other issues that lead to national development. I'll give myself as an example. I was born in Delta State. I schooled in Edo State. I did my NYC in Kaduna. And I built my career in Lagos. And the truth is that I'm connected to those cities. You know, every time I think of Kaduna, and I served in the Defense Academy, I remember the graduating course marching out in their passing out parade. It was a very emotional moment, you know, as they passed out and sang the song, "God be with you till we meet again." And you could see these young officers. Their tribe was not what they were talking about. They were talking about the measurable commitment they were making for Nigeria. They were talking about that they were going to stake themselves, and they were only known by the class that they were representing, and they were coming from all kinds of tribes. Today, when I drive through Benin and I see the red soil of Benin City, I connect to it because a part of my life was there, right? And I work in Lagos, so I'm emotionally also connected to Lagos. So it means that it is really not about your tribe. And that's one reason why a lot of people are excluded from governance, because somehow there's a belief that your tribe and your kinsmen help you go further in life. For me, it has not been like that, given how I have traversed my own life's experience. The second thing is transparency. The truth is that when you look at the largest companies in the world, you see that they are public liability companies. And in public liability companies, you find out that significant amount of disclosures are required. So transparency has to be there. In fact, when a public limited liability makes a promise, and it appears that circumstances mean that that promise may not happen, they come out again to tell the public that that promise, that target, I may not meet. And yet, they are the largest corporations in the world. They are the companies I'm showing to you. A lot of them are over $1 trillion company. In other words, transparent and accountability basically spurs up transaction and influences behavior in a way that the outcome comes out better than worse. The next slide talks about participation as it has to do with voting and elections. So one other thing you will find is that it is easy for us to sit down and say, well, I want to win an election and that is my objective. My objective has nothing to do with national development. Because what you will see also is that when you look at Singapore and you look at South Korea, you see that their participation in their presidential elections certainly has an alignment with their development, because it is citizens that are engaged that determine how those developments will go. For us in Nigeria, we are 35%. And one of the things we need to understand is that when you go out there to encourage people to vote, to register, to participate, It is beyond winning an election. It has to do with getting the citizens' commitment to the process. It has to do with national development. That is why Mr. Governor, the governor of Lagos State, did say, and I quote, "In providing leadership for Lagosians, I take it as a cardinal rule that the true power of the voter lies in continuous engagement with the government beyond the ballot box. As a governor, we will ensure an inclusive and consultative governance approach in my service to you." Now, it's important that if you are going to lead a people, you need to lead the people beyond the ballot box. And that's not certainly our experience now nationally. But it's our experience that we need to we need to change our culture to understand that working with the people, right, and working through with them through winning elections, through engaging them even while you govern, right, then shows, right, their participation and supports development and supports that growth. Another point of participation is when you begin to look at taxes. Paying taxes serves like the equity that the citizens have in their government. And many times, right, we look at taxes just purely from revenue generation. But it's important that we see that when you are talking about development, and again, you look through developed environment and you look at the tax to GDP ratio of developed countries and developing countries, you will find out that the more developed the countries are, you will see that there's more tax compliance than less tax compliance. So again, I'm not going after you for taxes just because you should pay, and that is good, it increases the revenue. And in any case, who are you? What stature do you have when your revenue is meaningless, right? But we should begin to look at taxes as leaders, that as we go out there to ask our people to pay their taxes, we are encouraging them to be part of something that is interesting, to show their commitment towards the state and to participate with government in that unique way. And there are different countries that we can look at that have jettisoned this tribalism thing, that has put to rest lack of transparency and the whole government attitude that does not include consultation. Let's look at United Arab Emirates, for example. Right? They have over 70 tribes, but they push ahead an agenda based on one Emirati principle. So the UAE enforces openness and tolerance as a core governance principle. In Singapore, they run the country like a business. And so there's a significant amount of transparency, and institutions run it. And that is why you can see a lot of development. When you go to South Korea is known even by the United Nations as a leading country in participatory governance. What that means is that you can then see how participation in governance actually forces national development to occur. So it is not the natural resource that you have. It is how the people participate with it. And when we talked earlier this morning, you see that in terms of development, if you focus on the people, then you will see the development occur, because they are the ones that will translate your natural resources into value. And even in countries where you do not see natural resources, right, you see them translating their brain power through various innovative positions that then result in national development. So for example, in the UAE, some of the key things they did was basically to institutionalize policies around tolerance. And tolerance is a very important thing, you know. When we talk about tolerance sometimes in Nigeria, we only talk about us tolerating while you still have the feeling of discrimination, right? Or marginalization. But what tolerance really means is that we remove, right, everything in our system that gives people the idea that they are being marginalized. come very strongly with active promotion to show why marginalization really doesn't exist, right? And then create strong legal and institutional frameworks that protect especially the minority. I mean, recently you saw that the CBN governor came out to actually wield the big stick in protection of minority rights, right? So there's a general tendency that yes, the majority must bear rule, but the truth is that if the minority is not brought into inclusion, you just keep on having significant amounts of agitation. What did Singapore do? They aggressively pursue talent recruitment. And that's one other thing we can do. Because one of the things, when we say pursue recruitment of talent, it looks simple. But you see that it's not part of our fabric, so that our people, right, are engaged properly. What we find is that it appears that if you, instead of working quite hard to improve your proficiency and improve your capacity, there is some sense if instead you work towards changing your state of origin and maybe changing your surname. Maybe it might give you some employment quicker, right, in a public service. Maybe it might give you admission easier into higher institutions, and so on and so forth. Now, except we begin to protect talent, right, a bulk of the people who make the sacrifice, right, to be innovative and to be proficient at what they do will be excluded. And that is why you find out that if your most talented minds are excluded from your own national development, then you certainly will not see development at all. We need to encourage consistent training, and we talked about it earlier today, right? That the kind of training we give our people must connect to the needs that the economy is creating. And sometimes these trainings are not trainings that need to take 20 years for it to cycle out. Because sometimes when we think in terms of education, we think in terms of education as to starting in primary one and finishing out there in the university. But that is not the case. We've heard that 6 months training sometimes in the technology space can equip you to compete globally. There was an experiment which PwC was doing in Europe. And the end of the experiment figured out that, listen, with just a high school training, there are a lot of things you can do, right, in the consulting space. Because basically, you need to learn a lot of those things again. As we built the strategy for Lagos, one of the questions that we asked the tech space, we asked the film industry, we asked them, if there's anything government should do for you, what would that be? And we actually thought they would say, we need you to make a lot of investment in that space. They said they just needed talent. And it can be frustrating, right, when you find out that there's a high level of employment and at the same time there's a high need of talent. So the question is, what deliberateness are we putting into the kind of training we give to our people that connects them with the work that they do or the work that is arising from the environment? If we look again at what South Korea did in this regard, one of the things they did for citizens' participation is to implement an online citizen participation portal. And today, Lagos State is implementing what we call the Citizens Gate, right? And the idea is for people to be able to interact with government easily, putting the entire governance systems into a digitization process so that people can engage government. You ensure you enlarge what we call the space, the touch points between you and the citizens, so that that sense of belonging actually begins to trigger up what is required to be done. They also, in South Korea, implemented what they call participatory budgeting. Today in Lagos, there's no budget that comes out without having a consultative forum with the citizens of Lagos in all their divisions, with the various stakeholders, the market women, the technicians, the artisans. And we do that because we do not believe that 100% of knowledge is present in government. You cannot love the people the way you think they should be loved. You must love them the way they want to be loved. And if you feel that there's something wrong about the way they want to be loved, then it means that you need to train them to help them make that shift in their mind. Otherwise, you would take a position that is different from the people that did put you there. So there are several kinds of actions that can be taken to drive this partnership. For us, for me, I feel one of the biggest challenges we have is the whole idea about our state of origin. It confuses us, right? You are in Anambra State, but your state of origin is Benue. And in your mind, you immediately believe that you are excluded from participating in governance in Anambra State. And actually, that is how your life will proceed, right? Meanwhile, the truth, like we expressed, is that the kind of responsibility you carry and the place where you stay plays a bigger role in your commitment in that regard. We need to create effective public bureaucracies that establish mechanisms that attract and retain talent. You know, if it is talent that is required for national development, then you cannot discriminate against talent. So you need competitive compensations. You need things that acknowledge and guarantee the talents in your midst, irrespective of the tribe that they belong to. The third is to run government with a level of transparency that is world-class. And to believe, like he talked about experimentation, just believe, right? These companies that are biggest in the world, they were not destroyed because of transparency. They were built up because of transparency and accountability. And it is accountability that actually encourages enterprise to perform. And you will never know your capacity for performance except you open up yourself, right, to accountability and transparency. Right? If you are that king or that leader that is absolutely powerful, then certainly the absoluteness of your power will certainly lead to corruption, because absolute power really corrupts. So when you see leaders, leaders tend to commit themselves to a certain set of rules that make things work. Now, that is one of the things, you know, we asked David Cameron in an interview, and David Cameron said that governance is about the rule of law and taxes, right? Again, when you look at the rule of law, you think just about catching the criminal. But the rule of law and your compliance to it is what tells us that you are willing to become part of the society. Therefore, policing goes beyond just enforcement, but it goes to encouraging compliance and recruiting people, right, to comply. It goes to preventing people from even going the wrong way. That's how you build nations. We also need to begin to propagate things around tolerance. And you see, Nigeria has not been a country without thoughts, right? Because you will find out that in Nigeria we started NYC, we started unity schools, right? And all of that really is to really move us in the direction where we will integrate. But somehow, even within those systems that we have created, we seem to also hide ideas that do not support our beliefs in this area. The people are strong people. The citizens are extremely strong. They are not as weak as we think. They are the ones that build the nation. The nation is not built by government. It's built really by the city. It's the innovation that the citizen brings that unlocks significant capital. So let us look, for example, at the statistics around diaspora remittances. The diaspora remittances have outperformed in many ways our revenue from oil. It has outperformed it. And even in the heart of COVID, When our remittances for oil went as low as $3 billion, diaspora remittances held out at $17 billion. What it means is that the people are more resilient in the face of shock than the products you sell, because the people can adapt and create new things. And therefore, it is important that we support the people and support their participation and encourage them to flourish. The question we'll ask is that, why are we so focused on oil when indeed you can see that diaspora remittances are much higher? And these remittances are happening not in $100,000, they're happening in $200 and very granular forms, $1,000 to do things. They're even happening at a time where people might not be excited about Nigeria. But so what will it be if we encouraged the people in the diaspora to invest in Nigeria? In which case, they are not sending handouts into Nigeria, they are actually investing, and this number can actually double. It is the citizen actually putting their money in pension that allows us to have total asset under management in pension at 12 trillion. So the citizens are indeed quite powerful. In fact, what the government has is a small percentage of what the citizen pays in taxes. And therefore, we need to do what we need to do to encourage citizens' participation in every way that we can to make things go forward. Lagos State is proactively taking the lead in promoting national development through citizens' participation. Lagos State is the melting pot of culture in Nigeria and around the globe. People with over 300 tribes, 500 languages refer to Lagos as their home. They refer to themselves as Lagosians. And maybe Lagos is a place where we should look at experimentation, right? Maybe Lagos is that place where we should see possibilities, because Lagos actually carries the heart of the nation. It is the doorway with which the world approaches Nigeria, and it is the doorway with which Nigeria approaches the world, controlling over 70% of air traffic into Nigeria and shipping into Nigeria. Maybe Lagos is a place where we should try new things like community policing, for example, to see how it works, right? Maybe Lagos is that place where we should see what it can do, right, if more allocation of resources goes in there, or it retains much more of its resources, right? Maybe that is the place to try it. That is a very important concept and something that we need to pursue, right? Because if Lagos prospers, Nigeria will prosper. If the infrastructure in Lagos does very well, then 70% of all of those traffic will do well. And again, when we look at a place like Lagos, like we look at other strategic cities around Nigeria, we should stop looking at the geography. We should remember that Lagos, like most other places, Lagos has 300 tribes. All of these tribes are not indigenous to Lagos. And it's important that we begin to see ourselves in that light, so that as we engage our nation from everywhere, we should see a place like Lagos as a national asset. Not because of the geography, but because of your people there and what your people are doing. It is Lagos that invests in LASRI, for example, which is the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council, that tends to support startups. It's Lagos that is investing, for example, in a technology campus, right, in Yaba, to support Lagos as a technology hub for Africa. And when they say that Lagos has gone ahead of Nairobi in the support of startups, it is Nigeria that actually benefits. When Lagos turns the airport road from a 4-way high lane to a 10-way high lane, and you land at Murtala Mohammed Airport and come into Lagos, it is actually a glory that goes to Nigeria. It's a glory that defies the thoughts of the tribes and tongues that are in Lagos. When they say that Nigeria has improved in its ease of doing business, it is because 80% of the weight of that evaluation is as a result of what's happening in Lagos. So if Lagos fails, you can imagine that the outcome of the ease of doing business rating will drop. And that affects the investment flow. So it's important that we begin to engage our citizens. It's important that we begin to engage the inclusion. It's important that we begin to know what the people do. So we pursue oil resources, for example. But I ask you, where are the skilled welders coming out of the Niger Delta? They are gone. In what environment can the people function? The environment is polluted. Right? So what is happening is that we are looking at the product oil, but we are forgetting preserving the environment, preserving the skills of our people for future development. When Lagos says we want to have no open grazing, it is not because it's not a tribe conversation, it's a beef conversation. Because you know that as we move into African Continental Free Trade Agreement, your beef will be competing with Australia, will be competing with beef out of South Africa. And therefore, the methods to grow beef has to change. It is the love that we have for our people is putting our people in a position to compete. It's not about the tribe. It's about beef business. And which is why you can remember what Prof said, that we should move it away from the politics and look at the economics of it and look at the business of it. If the cattle come stressed and sick, they will not be competitive in a bigger market. But you know, some of these ideas get very complicated when we mix it with tribe, right? It's like picking up a tribe because that tribe has a preponderance in it. And Lagos is a marketplace. Lagos has that national responsibility, right, to drive production nationally. And therefore, the kind of rules that happen in Lagos are rules that should support development nationally. Again, when I say Lagos, think about the people of Lagos. So if the people are not engaged to deliver the kind of outcomes that we are talking about, it will not work. It is the reason why when our Papa Port has a challenge, Lagos decides to ensure that it facilitates investment in the deep sea port, to expand the port capacity, to build a rigid pavement all the way to Ekpe, to evacuate. Who benefits from that? It is a national development issue, and it is for the benefit of the whole of Nigeria. So it's important that we see exactly how these things run. It's important that we see what Lagos represents, but more importantly, how we engage, right, our citizens to be fruitful and to be productive. For Lagos to be what it is, it must attract talent. And that's a lesson also for Nigeria. In the Lagos cabinet, it's a truly diverse cabinet, right? You have people from Delta, in terms of origin, I'm from Delta. You have Architect Kabir from Katsina. You have Joe Igbokwe from Anambra. You have several members of cabinet that are not even from Lagos. And that's what we're saying, that you cannot discriminate against talent and the citizen will not be excluded. But when you attract talent into the mix, then you are able to do many great things. And I'm sure that when I'm in cabinet, I'm not thinking of the problem of Edo State, even though I have an emotional attachment, I schooled there. Right? I'm thinking of the economic challenges of Lagos, right? Engineer Joe Igbokwe is not thinking of what the traffic situation is in Anambra, right? He's thinking about how to ensure the drainages work in Lagos, and when the rains come, it is not flooded. So you find out that tribe, tongue, that is bereft of talent or competence does not support national development. And that partnership is important, because it's that partnership we drive when we try to begin to build the red line and the blue line railway. Because those partnerships work. You need to have partnership with your people. You need to have partnership with all the governments right? And that partnership is what supports development. So when we are building the red line and we say it will move 500,000 people every day, right, and shorting the time, it's because we decided to partner with the federal government. If the federal government, if we are in each other's throat, you will not have that rail. And if you do not have that rail, it's not the geography of Lagos that will suffer, it's the 300 tribes, those people that are in Lagos that will suffer. And so because you know the pain points in those places, right, you do the partnership that are required to actually develop the entire space. In summary, I would like to say that Nigeria is a great place. It's easy to recognize only the bad that is going on in Nigeria, but there's a lot of good. You might think that you are the only one fighting, but there are still 7,000 prophets that have not bowed to Baal. Right? The truth is that when Ms. Johnson came, she did tell us about the number of people doing great things. And many times we just keep on to it as we see the things come together. Nigeria is a strong country, and where we are going is the place without boundaries. So when we do 3,000 kilometers of broadband infrastructure, it's to liberate our youth and help them get expression in their innovative positioning, right? That's what development is about. It's about the people, and it is the people, right, that will deliver to you the national development that you want. It's the people that will stimulate the investment flows that are required. It is not oil. You have seen that the diaspora alone delivers it. What other things can we do to expand this space? Let me give an example. If, for example, we did hear that less than 5% of landowners have title. So when you look at 95% of the properties around Nigeria is cash tied down. So if you build a system that touches the people in a way, right, you find out that that cash will be released. If you build systems around the people that allows them to invest together, in other words, practice unitization. So you don't have to build a house all by yourself if the return is what is important. You can come together and do things, right? If you create systems that guarantee that, then you see that the people thrive. If you create legal systems, dispute resolution mechanism, alternative justice systems, then you see that you begin to increase the touch point between you and the citizens. And what the citizens will do, you will not forget, because they will invest. I tell you, people talk about Nigeria when it comes to how we handled COVID. But Lagos was at the forefront of it. And sometimes when we talk about it, it looks like magic. But what actually happened in Lagos was that government was in position, right? Mr. Governor acted as incident commander to lead the charge. We intervened in the population, right? But the money that the government had alone was not enough, right? But the people of Lagos rose up also and intervened directly in their communities. And then they combined also with government and intervened. So you had 3 layers of interventions. And because of the attitude of partnership, even the federal government invested as well. So it is that kind of ecosystem that encourages collaboration and acknowledges the people. Today, because of the belief that we have, right, we are launching what we call a volunteer corps, because we believe that the people of Lagos will sign in and participate and volunteer their skills, whether they are doctors, they will volunteer, because people's sense of worth sometimes come from volunteering. And that is the spirit that we are trying to drive in Nigeria. That is this agenda which we need to push to encourage the citizens to participate in every way. Because if just all you need is to win an election, then the less people that vote, the better for you, right? As long as they are your people, right? But if national development is what we seek, then we should take it as a strategic initiative to begin to build the register of voters, to begin to build those who participate in it, to begin to encourage people to comply to law and order, and so on and so forth. The future for Nigeria is very strong. It is not doomsday in Nigeria, right? Things will happen out of sequence because of the armies that are working underground. Those who you do not see, our innovators, those who are cerebral in their thinking, who are in love with Nigeria. They exist not only in Nigeria but outside Nigeria. When we hosted Ehigbeti in Lagos, we had over 10,000 people attending every day from 60 different countries. So you find out that the people interested in the development of Nigeria are not necessarily in Nigeria alone. So there are people in love of Nigeria. There are people in love of what we are doing. And there's a lot of good that we can cultivate. Thank you very much. God bless Nigeria. Happy Independence, Nigeria. Amen.
Thank you to the Honorable Commissioner. You know, when he started by talking about tribalism and saying it's not about tribes, and he gave his example. And it sounded like it was just an example, but by the time he finished his speech, I realized that it's really practical. He's a Delta man, but the passion with which he spoke about Lagos proves that he is truly a Lagosian. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. We're going on to our last speaker, last but not the least. And I don't know if anyone has noticed, there's been a common thread, apart from the what Seest down. It's about people. We've been talking about talent, people. The future and the wealth of this nation is in the people. So I'm going to call up our last speaker for today, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Dr. Jumoke is an academic, government advisor, and advocate. She is special advisor to the President of Nigeria on ease of doing business. Until her appointment to this role in August 2019, Jumoke was senior special assistant to the President on industry, trade, and investment in the Office of the Vice President. Her team is responsible for Nigeria moving up an unprecedented 39 places in the World Bank's flagship Doing Business report over the last 3 years. I think we should clap. Among other notable achievements, she is a senior lecturer at the Department of Jurisprudence and International Law, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, Nigeria. Jumoke is a respected global thought leader in her field. She was the only African nominated onto the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Trade and Investment in 2016 and is a highly sought-after speaker. Prior to her career in academia, Jumoke led a corporate banking unit of the telecommunications sector team in Guarantee Trust Bank PLC's corporate banking group. She was an investment banker with FCMB Capital Markets Limited from 2000 to 2003. Jumoke graduated from University of Lagos with a bachelor's degree in law in 1998 and was called to the Nigerian bar in 1999. She obtained an LLM degree in commercial law from Cambridge University in 2000, where she was a DFID Cambridge Commonwealth Trust Scholar. In 2007, Jumoke received a master's degree in international legal studies from Stanford University and obtained her doctorate degree in international trade and development from Stanford Law School. Jumoke was on the boards of EcoBank Nigeria PLC and Positive Action for Treatment Access, PATA, a leading HIV/AIDS advocacy NGO, as well as the advisory board of the Know Your Constitution Initiative, a civil liberties movement pioneered by United Nations Young Ambassador for Peace. She is currently a trustee of the Mandela Institute for Development Studies, an Africa-wide think tank which provides an inclusive platform for African youth. And she is a Tutu Fellow of the African Leadership Institute. Jumoke is happily married to Tunde Oduwole and is a proud mother of 2 children. I'll just plug myself in. She's also my senior. We went to the same secondary school. So I'm proud of you. Please give a warm and a big applause to Dr. Jumoke Oduwole as she comes up.
Thank you. Please sit. The Nigeria we want, 2032. It is 30th of September, 2032. Nigerians are preparing for their 72nd Independence Day celebration. And the mood of the polity is elated and expectant. President Doshima Terso Atsue, a world-renowned nanophysicist turned politician, became Nigeria's first female president at the age of 45, in a landslide victory the year before. After successfully serving as Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology since 2027 under her predecessor, her exceptional leadership capabilities and performance track record earned her the party ticket in free and fair primaries. Madam President is scheduled to deliver her State of the Nation address at 9 a.m. the next morning, highlights of which have been circulated in advance to domestic and international media houses. According to the Financial Times, the country has enjoyed nothing short of a phenomenal transformation over the last decade, driven by daring, homegrown policies initiated by the former president and his cabinet of reformers since 2023. The economic growth trajectory now sees Nigeria ranked as 16th position in global GDP at USD 1.05 trillion as of 2031, the first African country to ever surpass the 1 trillion GDP mark in history. The country's economic strategy team is motivated by the fact that the aggressive fight against extreme poverty is yielding results, as GDP per capita has more than quadrupled in just under 13 years, from $2,230 per capita in 2019 to $8,897 USD today, with inflation consistently under 4% for the last 7 years. As a result, while reform efforts continue, over 100 million persons have already been lifted out of poverty as of 2030. With Nigeria's security challenges thankfully a thing of the past, the government's consistent investment of between 10% and 12% of GDP per annum on critical infrastructure for the last decade to bridge the infrastructure gap has yielded fruit. Amplified by significant private sector investments in power, seaports, airports, rail, roads, and broadband connectivity, Nigeria's competitiveness increased exponentially as productivity across the country in manufacturing for exports, agribusiness, across global value chains, and the services sector galloped, leading to the creation of millions of new jobs from growing businesses across the 6 geopolitical zones. With the completion of several critical long-term infrastructure projects in the last 2 years, and its giant strides in its business and regulatory environment, Nigeria is undoubtedly the location of choice for foreign direct investment by global investors and is now consistently ranked the top 3 emerging market destination. Today, over 30 of the world's top 100 auto parts makers have production factories in the country. Last year, African countries imported $23 billion worth of cars and car parts from Nigeria, with many auto brands continuing to make significant new investments in Nigerian factories, including Tesla, Toyota, Audi, BMW, and Nissan. 5 Nigerian commercial cities now have metros, and the Lagos Metro is Africa's busiest, carrying more than 12 million passengers daily. In addition, Nigeria now has about 600,000 kilometers of paved road network across the country, as well as active inland waterways. In human capital development indicators, Nigeria has made significant strides in health, education, and housing to achieve considerably remarkable improvements in just 1 decade. For health, life expectancy of an average Nigerian at birth has increased from 62.6 years to 71.3 years. Importantly, under 5 mortality rate of 1,000 births per child has decreased from 112 to 24. Maternal mortality has decreased from 917 per 1,000 to 117 per 1,000. With 95% of births now attended to by skilled health personnel, and over 110 increase from a decade ago. Today, Nigeria is one of the top 5 countries in the world in the use of technology in the classroom, particularly for teacher training and delivering of innovative education products to children in rural areas. As of now, undisputed leader in tech destination globally, Nigeria boasted of over 100 unicorns in the last 2 years due to its vibrant policy-enabled tech space that has continued to grow exponentially. And in culture, the country is now one of Africa's top 5 tourism destinations. After Nigeria's successful bid to host the next FIFA World Cup, there has been a significant inflow of capital into the country's sports value chain as a whole, as the excitement is palpable across the country. In the Science and Technology Readiness for Frontier Technologies Index of 2031, Nigeria now ranks 38th in the world, thanks to enabling policies of the then Honorable Minister and her colleagues. It's first in Africa, having overtaken South Africa, currently 54th position, 3 years previously. The entire African region has benefited from the effects of Nigeria's economic prosperity as a result of a vibrant and maturing African continental free trade area, which has boosted intra-African trade to 36%. Global analysts have watched in amazement as Nigeria has come a long way over the last 10 years, becoming a textbook example of how an economy can turn itself around. What they have done is nothing short of a miracle, said the IMF chief in Washington last week, commenting on Nigeria's Q2 performance, which is set to propel the country to exceed the projected growth rate of 9% it had maintained over the last 2 years, to enter the double digits by the end of 2032. How did they succeed where others have failed? Our current reality. month ago, I received a random WhatsApp message. It was just the usual forwarded, copied message, which I typically wouldn't read. But for some reason I did, and I'd like to share it with you. And I quote, "Breakfast, copied by Ademola H. Adigun." A while ago, I was in Lagos, going to a hangout. Ahead of me, a policeman stopped a lady on a bike, asked her to open her purse, started to rifle through it. I was upset. I wanted to intervene, but I was late for my meeting. I wanted to intervene, but I was scared. What if he shot me? I wanted to intervene, but I decided to mind my business. I felt uneasy throughout my hangout. My conscience gnawed on me. I told myself I had valid excuses. But deep inside, I knew I could have made a small difference had I shown more bravery. You see, that is how nations fail. We all look the other way. We all do nothing. We all give excuses to why. Sometimes it is because we are benefiting. We confuse our temporary gains for what is truly the important gain. Then our society crumbles. Then we all point fingers. Then we all suffer. And then we say, who built this place? All of us that look the other way. End of quote. As I reflected on this short message, it dawned on me that this is the bad Samaritan in all of us. We are often quick to disparage, for example, the Nigerian police force, or to throw shade at the government, the elite, our corrupt leaders. However, I doubt there are many of us who can honestly say we have never looked the other way in the face of an injustice, even in our own home. As is often said, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good women and men to do nothing. Likewise, I doubt there are many of us who would openly admit to being the perpetrators of injustices, whether perceived small ones or significant ones, in, for example, our place of work. We can't even admit it to ourselves. The problem is always with someone else. Someone else is wrong. Someone else is to blame. Someone else needs to change. Over the last 6 years, in the course of our business climate reform work, in addition to about 55 priority ministries, departments, and agencies, which are the focus of our work at the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council Secretariat, my team and I have related with and successfully collaborated with people from all arms and levels of government, including several hardworking public and civil servants, our reform champions across all state governments, and most recently one local government here in Abuja. We have enjoyed cordial and productive relationships with the Senate, the House of Representatives, the judiciary at both federal and subnational levels, all kinds and levels of businesses across the private sector, Nigerians in the diaspora, the media, organized private sector, NGOs, development partners, development financial institutions, as well as Friends of Nigeria and members of the diplomatic corps. Interestingly, in the course of our numerous stakeholder engagements and interactions, negotiation reforms, preparing reports, receiving viral messages and comments that come our way directly from concerned commentators or through our reportgov.ng feedback portal. Not once in all that time have I met a single person who has ever admitted even to the remote possibility of playing a negative part in any way, shape, or form whatsoever with regard to any of the challenges in our business climate today. Yeah. In the face of it, no one is corrupt. No one extorts money or receives bribes from businesses. And no one gives bribes or offers inducements to circumvent the system or to derive benefits over their competitors. We lament bitterly about the systemic problems that affect us directly, but appear to have a total blind spot about our own possible roles, our own biases and erroneous mindsets, our own complicit behavior in creating or perpetrating these or different problems that affect others. A kind of indignant, selective vision. Can we please have an honest conversation today? Can we? We all want change, but we want someone else to change, not us. Thankfully, over time, we've been able to successfully facilitate small groups of reformers and stakeholders in government and in the private sector in dialogue to garner some level of trust and help them understand how their actions affect other people, either positively or negatively, and the ripple effect to all of us in our one indivisible Nigerian economy. While manifold challenges remain, and the need for effective communication and consequence management is key, the PEBEC intervention has enjoyed some modest level of progress in our ease of doing business reform agenda, with a well-documented and verifiable track record of performance over the last 5 years. And perhaps because of this singular most important aspect of our work, striving for systemic reform through collaboration across stakeholders for our common goal of making Nigeria a progressively easier place to start and grow a business. However, this is not just a nice speech from someone currently serving in government. I'm here today as a Nigerian. I'm not here to patronize you. I will not attempt to placate you with empty euphemisms. Indeed, that would be a great disservice to this platform, to Pastor Poju, and to the members of the Covenant Nation who have sacrificed their resources and time to host this important forum consistently for over 16 years now. That will be disingenuous to you, my fellow Nigerians across this great nation and in the diaspora, especially on a day set aside for us to collectively remember where we are coming from, to scrutinize where we are now, and to try and grasp hope about where we are headed as a nation. I appreciate the privilege and opportunity given me to serve my country, and I'm grateful to have been invited to speak to Nigerians today, October 1st. What an honor. Thank you. When Pastor Poju reached out to me a few months ago to invite me to speak here today, I was at perhaps one of my lowest ebbs concerning Nigeria. Yet I accepted immediately, thanked him, and made him and myself an unsolicited promise that I would not waste this opportunity. There is no denying that our current reality looks bleak. We appear to be at a crossroads in our nation's history. The polity is heated up, politically charged. Violent crime is on the increase. Frequent kidnappings of children, senseless murders, and their persistent security challenges within and across geopolitical zones. The crippling foreign exchange rates, NSA's anniversary coming up soon. Many feel politicians are 6 and half a dozen, all about selfish ambitions and positioning for the race to 2023. Much of the good work being done goes unnoticed, is resisted or ignored, unappreciated. A breakdown of trust and communication. Sometimes, even for the bravest of public officials, I suspect the state of the nation is extremely daunting in its relentless negativity and manifold challenges that seemingly defy all odds to resolve. It is not an easy job, but from inception, I knew what I signed up for and why. When things cut really deep, pain and frustration, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. When courage appears to fail all around and change doesn't seem to happen at all, it's painfully slow or actually unravels. When fear of futility attempts to overwhelm me and I've contemplated giving up and walking away, I'm reminded from deep within me that I cannot. I simply cannot give up on Nigeria. I cannot give up on Nigerians. Fear is the opposite of faith. Will I ever see the Nigeria of my dreams? I see the undeniable facts in front of me right now, but I know Nigeria shall be great. So I try to stay laser focused. I block out the negative noise, whatever the source. I guard my mental space fiercely, and I continue to work as hard as I can, with an even greater sense of urgency, because the time is short. I continue to hope and believe, and give my life, my prime years, for Nigeria. It is a choice I have to make daily, a cross to pick up daily. Actually, a sustained hope is forged from choices, reminders, and mental decisions I have to make several times each day, by His grace alone. How do we get hope in the midst of hopelessness? How do we encourage ourselves to go on? How do we forgive each other and not be paralyzed by bitterness? How do we build and grow together? Many Nigerians have switched off. Many have given up completely on Nigeria. Younger people are leaving the country in droves. They japa. Welcome to the new dispensation. Older people are actively supporting and encouraging their children and mentees to emigrate as soon as possible. Go. There's nothing here for you. Nigeria is a land that kills dreams and eats its young. Strong emotions, powerful words, severing ties, actual and figurative actions of separation. Because as a lead you can, but how many millions of Nigerians can? You are not wrong to be disheartened about the state of the nation. The pain and suffering is real. But I will still plead with you today that we all seek to respond and not to react to the crisis before us. Let us prepare for peace in time of war. Wherever you are, please do not turn your back on your country. Not in its hour of need, not in its hour of crisis, no matter what. Put on sackcloth, ashes, mourn, be angry, but do not sin. Do not make yourself, you were born a Nigerian, you did not make yourself one. And you remain one till the day you die. You cannot run, you cannot hide. It's just a fact. Please do not give up on Nigeria. Do not create a vacuum that lets others with ignoble intentions steal your God-given identity and birthright. the fat of the land. Don't make it so easy. Choose your own story. Create your own narrative about your country. Don't be a victim. Take responsibility. Take action. Be your own leader. Whatever we focus on gets magnified, whether negative or positive. And why should you bother? And why should I bother? Mordecai sent this reply to Esther. Don't think for a moment that because you're in the palace, you will escape when all other Jews are killed. If you keep quiet at a time like this, deliverance and relief for the Jews will arise from some other place, but you and your relatives will die. Who knows if perhaps you are made queen for just such a time as this. This was God's word to me in 2015 when I first came to Abuja to work with the Vice President. Today, I speak particularly to the crisis generation, our youth. You are by far our country's greatest asset as a nation. Perhaps you were born for such a time as this. Much as I would like to be able to say otherwise to you, the truth is that the journey will take first and foremost committed people, smart, hard work, tenacity, doggedness, knowledge, discipline, sacrifice, and time. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in one day, but then again, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The faster we work, the sooner we get the country we want. A look at the history of any great nation tells us that there are no magic wands in nation building. I made a commitment to myself a while back that I will be mindful not to ask of others what I have not done or committed to do myself. Before I ask you to give Nigeria another chance, I owe it to you to ask myself, what does Nigeria mean to me? What does the Nigerian anthem mean to me? The Nigerian pledge, the Nigerian flag. I've trained myself to love green. I love buying made in Nigeria products, to dress in world-class made in Nigeria fashion, to be proudly Nigerian, to be patriotic and loyal in my spoken words about my country. And not just when we're winning an international soccer competition or a Grammy Award. What do the Nigerian people mean to me, really? Not just those who look like me or speak my language, but the others. If I do not like and love Nigeria and Nigerians, then what is the point? What do I see for Nigeria in my imagination, in my mind's eye? Wakanda Forever, the Black Panther movie. What do I say about Nigeria with my mouth? What do I believe in my heart? Do I really believe it? Do my actions match my thoughts and my words? What do I do for Nigeria? How do I serve? Love is action. Now fast forward to 2032, when Nigeria's history is being recounted regarding this current season. What would you have contributed? What positive, tangible things would you have actually done? What part would you have played in building your own nation? Not anyone else. You. Apathy, sharp criticism, constantly running negative armchair commentary on social media or with friends and family, making categorical statements with limited information, judging others, absolving self. I'm not responsible for the mess. I'm not guilty of any wrongdoing. I'm not corrupt. I'm not one of them. Or I want to have other options in this time of my life, another passport. I'm not Nigerian anymore. But who are the people who form our society? You plus me equals we. The Nigerian assignment is a joint one. The responsibility is a collective one, positive or negative. The answer does not lie with any person or group of people. We. The answer that I am, the problem that I was born to solve for my country, the contribution only I can make. No one else can do it for me. No one else can do yours for you. My assignment will remain undone if I decide to leave it undone. And if I'm resolved to actively build my nation, from wherever I am, to play my part, what does nation building entail, and how can I help build Nigeria? From here and now, to there, by then. I was recently persuaded that hope is indeed a strategy. It has to be. How do we get from where we are today to where we want to be without hope, without still believing we can, without faith? So, what seest thou? Let us see all men clearly. Let us open our eyes wide and see everything perfectly. Let our eyesight be completely restored. For me, how we got here today is not the issue. We are here. Many, many things have happened in the past 61 years of Nigeria's history. Many good things and many bad things. History is important, but living in a romanticized past, living on past glory, perpetual fault apportioning and division is not progressive or edifying. It can't be. I personally choose to reflect on being thankful for the good, thankful for how far we have come as a nation, even as I acknowledge we could have come much further. Taking responsibility for my own path, not perpetually blaming others, which poisons relationships and dissipates energies while changing nothing. I am not in denial. I am not absolving bad behavior. I simply choose to focus on the task at hand instead on how we can attain a dramatically better future for ourselves, our children, and generations yet unborn. I'm fully persuaded that we are responsible for our collective future, good or bad, because together we have the power to do and undo. We are not helpless victims, unless we choose to be. By now, no doubt, some people listening to me may be thinking I sound extremely naive. Does she really know Nigeria? Does she know this country? Does she know who we are? All that has happened. What those people did to us. What I lost. How all my life streams were dashed. The fire, the rubble, the desolation. I know. And what I also know with certainty is that we cannot move forward and attain the Nigeria we say we want without letting go of the toxins, changing our mindsets, and rebuilding the walls and gates of our nation together. None of us can clap with one hand. Not everyone will come along, but to me, our journey to the new starts with this basic step, now. We cannot take hold of the future while holding on to the past still, or even the present. Nigeria has had many missed opportunities. We've been known for our great potential for well over our 61 years post-independence. We have to dare to attain it. Now, in some of the most poignant words gifted to the world by William Shakespeare centuries ago, which remain particularly relevant to us today, there is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. How? The starting point, 3 quick illustrations. How do we start to take ownership and action to radically transform our nation? The great developed nations of the world today are not better than we are. Their people are not more talented or more brilliant, and there are few countries more blessed with such an array of diverse natural resources as this great land. However, we know from history that there are a handful of timeless and tried, tested values that have been exhibited by nation builders in great nations over centuries. To reform a society, I must first reform myself. To me, it's as simple as that. So the first one, have integrity. Personal righteousness first, then collective righteousness exalts a nation. Let us each determine in our hearts to walk with integrity daily as Nigerians. To decide individually and collectively to do what we know we ought to do. What we know is right, no matter the personal cost in the short run. Let us have boldness and courage to be the change we wish to see in the nation. Stop doing the things that we know are wrong. That everyone is doing it is no excuse. Reformers don't follow the crowd. Make integrity a habit. Do the right thing. Make a good choice always. Whether small or big decisions, do the right thing all the time, even when you think no one is watching. It doesn't make us foolish. It makes us great. Serve with excellence. Leave the selfishness, envy, and strife at the door for the sake of the collective good. Even when it costs you personally, personal sacrifice for the collective good. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. President John F. Kennedy said this at his 1961 inauguration speech. He paid the price for reforming his country through extremely turbulent times with his life, which is why we're still talking about him today. I sometimes hear many Nigerians at home and abroad say to me with pity, Jumoke, I love Nigeria, but I can never work in government. And then they go on to lament about all the things that are wrong with the government and with Nigeria. So if you don't do it, who should? To love Nigeria is to build Nigeria. To love Nigeria is to serve Nigerians with your A game in your productive years, even those who are not like us. We can disagree or have divergent views on issues, on outlooks, on religious beliefs, without hating each other, without killing one another. Resist negativity and apathy, one finger pointing at another, 4 pointing back at us. Let us lay down our pride, humble ourselves, take personal responsibility, accountability, and serve with excellence. What can I do? Love is action. Nigerians are exceptionally high achievers in every field all across the world. Let us all together decide to put aside our differences and to do whatever good work it takes with excellence and integrity and loyalty to replicate this excellence at home to fix our own country. Our work is our citizenship. Finally, be a visionary reformer. Reformers are creative innovators, agenda setters, global leaders with excellence from homegrown ideas. We must prove ourselves capable of organizing our nation into a meritocracy, devoid of ethnicity and nepotism and religious strife, for the sake of the common good. To lead with our best 11 stepping up to the plate to be counted, to harness our vast human and natural resources maximally. As a nation, we should not blindly imitate others with their own faults, mistakes, and hypocrisy. We learn and we take ownership and responsibility for our own destiny. No time for small dreams. Leadership is a choice to take responsibility, to sacrifice, to serve. If you are watching this, then you are a leader, an elite in Nigeria. Great leadership requires selfless service with integrity. When the leaders lead, the followers will follow. In conclusion, it is often said that our mobile phones today have more computing power than the computer aboard Apollo 11 did when humans landed for the first time on the moon. Yet half a century later, the event is still one of the most significant achievements of mankind. As Neil Armstrong took his first step, he famously said, "That's one small step for man and one giant step for mankind." Today, we know that space travel has been commercialized. This speaks to the power of vision. If we can imagine it, then we can achieve it. In Nigeria, we have the plans, we have the structures, we know what to do. What we lack is more committed people across all areas of nation building. None of us is exempt. No us and them. We are the people, we are the Nigerians collectively. There's no one else. When the dirty water splashes, it splashes on us all. Let us remind ourselves today that other nations have walked more difficult journeys, and some of them have come through more than all right. With the right people, both leaders and followers, with the right mindset and the right actions, 10 years is enough to transform the trajectory of every single facet of this nation and to have us firmly on the path of a developed nation in perpetuity. Yes, the audacity of hope. We should have no time for small dreams. As President Barack Obama once said, in the face of impossible odds, people who love this country can change it. When Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right. We have to build the Nigeria that we want to see. No one else can or will do it for us. It is realistic, it is possible, it is achievable. Nigeria is on an exponentially positive developmental trajectory within 10 years if we talk less, fight less, and instead wish less, and instead do more collaborative, smart work. It's a choice, a decision that we each have to make to take our place, to pay the price in the highest capacity we can, whatever that looks like for each of us. There's no shortcut. Now, not later. If our nation is to be more developed in a decade's time across all key development indicators and greater than it has ever been before, the glory of the latter days shall be greater than that of the former. I believe God. I'm not looking back. I'm not dwelling on the current. I've fast-forwarded to the future. I'm already in 2032, and I'm ready to pay my price daily. The answer lies within us. No matter how few of us, it's okay. We can do it. We can start today. The world awaits us and the time is now. We are the women and men who built Nigeria. We are the ones whom we seek. Happy Independence Day. I truly love you.
Wow, what a presentation. And indeed, every presentation today has been, they've had different flavors and different feels. It's been quite a long, intense day, but we've come officially to the end of the platform today. Final four speakers, Donna Brazile talked about grassroots mobilization, Faith Fawemi talked about risks and how risks help growth and innovation. We also had Mr. Sam Egube, who talks about three things: tribalism, transparency, and dull citizenship, the fallacies that he said we have. And finally, a very sober and I think thought-provoking presentation by Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, who started by casting a vision, and I thought that really spoke to the theme, Nigeria, what seest thou? In the final minutes that we have, a lot has been said today. If each of us were to take something away from this platform that people can also watch and take to just help to cast the vision further, what would it be? And I'll start from you, Mr. G.
Okay, I think takeaway from me would be, let's leverage on the talent we have in this country. I think from what all the speakers have said, there's a lot of talent in the digital space, and there's a lot of things we can do there. We can build on that talent, we can export a lot of that talent, we can use a lot of that talent to earn revenues. So let's leverage on that talent and let those who are in that demography and that age bracket look at themselves and say, this is our time, let's make things happen.
And I'll just quickly ask you to speak to taking risks, because I know that during that presentation, we're very passionate. Mr. Faime's presentation, what did you want to say about risk-taking and innovation?
I'll just use a small example. He spoke about Shenzhen. There's a company there called Tencent. And there's a company a lot of Nigerians might know via DSTV called Naspers. So Naspers invested about $33 million in Tencent in 2001. In 2018, they sold 2% of that stake for $10 billion. Now, today they have about 29% of that company. That company is worth over $500 billion. Their stake is worth over $100 billion. Think of it, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, all the companies listed there, it's $50 billion. That's what it means to take risks. Thank you.
Opportunities, possibilities. Mrs. B, just let's compress Donna Brazile and Dr. Oduwole and your takeaways from those two presentations.
I think they both spoke to the same thing about reconfiguring the way we think about our society. But I'm just going to borrow a line from Ms. Oduwole when she said, to reform my society, I must first reform myself. And I must be deliberate about that. And that reformers do not follow the crowd. They help the crowd follow them. And that takes visionary reformation, takes grassroots mobilization. But then that we must also rethink the way we think about grassroots. That grassroots are not just the poor, helpless people. They're the people in your sphere, and that you have a responsibility to create the vision of where you want Nigeria to be, and it must be very, very specific.
Thank you. Mr. A, final words from you?
We can act, all right? We don't have to roll over and die. We can act. It's possible, things are doable, and just a little bit of action on our part can make a huge difference to our outcomes. I think that for me, I have lots of notes, but it all comes down to this. Ignore everything else, do what you can see.
Do what you can see. Thank you. We have come to the end of today's platform. Nigeria, you be Nigeria, what seest thou? For some of us, we are left with questions, we're left with action points, we're left with possibilities, opportunities. The most important thing is not to wait for the next platform. You know, one of the things we've said here, don't wait till the next election day. The work actually starts from now. What have you heard? What are you going to be pondering on? What are you going to do about it all? Thank you for being our audience today on the platform. Continue with us on social media, hashtag the platform NG, hashtag what seest thou. From all of us at the Covenant Nation, at Platform, and on behalf of Pastor Kojo Imade, thank you for watching. God bless you. And once again, happy Independence Day, Nigeria.